What is up, hooligans? And happy freedom. Welcome to another episode of Coffee with Hooligans, where we try to make the news suck a little less. And I appreciate all of you guys being here. If you're over on Rumble, please hit that like button. More likes equals more hooligans. I'm going to read through the schedule really quick, and of course we will be checking on all of the chats, so let me know how you guys are doing. Any moment now, President Trump will be stepping on stage. He is to deliver remarks on crime and safety in Howell, Michigan. I'm not sure how far that is from me, 2-3 hours, I suppose. It's going to be obviously a presser. It's not a rally, but I think tomorrow and the next day we got a rally or something like that. Lots of Trump this week. Anyways, before we get any further, I want to remind you guys, if you would like to join the website, right now is the time to do it. Go get yourself a membership for jeffmaclive.com. That way you can watch today's live. You can post in Hooligans Alley. You can hang out with all the hooligans in the group chats. Plus, you'll be able to join us Fridays, 6 p.m. Eastern time for our voice chats over on the website. So definitely go get yourself a membership for jeffmaclive.com. So after President Trump is done speaking, we'll be starting off with a video titled, Democrats Love Donald Trump. They can't stop saying his name. Then we got a video titled, Protesters Breached the DNC Security Fence. At least 4 assholes were arrested. They also had made it inside the DNC. They didn't talk about it a whole lot, but that also happened. Nothing crazy happened, though. There was no crazy anything going on last night that I was able to detect. I was up till 2 o'clock in the morning. No fire in the streets, despite what we all thought was going to happen. Maybe today it'll happen. Anyways, then we got a video titled, Worth the Hostility. Man braves the DNC protest holding up an American flag. What a badass. Then we got a video titled, Georgia Election Board Makes Controversial Rule Change. They're trying to make it so you can count the ballots before the certification process. Super badass. And it was approved. And I think all states should do that shit. Anyways, because that's how they stole the election in 2020. But anyways, after that, we got a video titled, Biden is worried about women having electricity or something. Not sure. He was shouting and lying real hard last night. Then we got an interesting lizard person. It's titled, DNC Lizard People Projecting Word for Word, literally saying what they're doing to President Trump and claiming he's going to do that to everybody else, which is just, it's so insulting. It's just disgusting. Then we got a video titled, DNC Opening Night was like watching an alternative reality. It's Caroline Leavitt or Levitt or however you say her name, because I can never figure it out. But either way, her name's Caroline, and like I've said multiple times, she's, I guess, like a spokesperson for the Trump campaign. What I didn't know is she's actually one of the Project 2025 people, which is really weird. But anyways, that's a thing. Is JD Vance weird? But then we got a video titled, Dems Thought This Was a Good Idea. They brought an individual on stage that has some sort of medical condition where he can't really speak, and they used him like a fucking prop on stage in front of everybody. It's so bad. It's so bad. Then we got a Tommy Girl video titled, We All Knew This Was Deliberate, talking about how Hillary Clinton was on stage speaking and trying to make it about Harris, but really it was a bunch of talking points from when she was campaigning in 2016. Then they also talk about how Biden, they thought was going to speak at prime time, which I believe is 8 p.m. But instead, he didn't speak till almost midnight, which is pretty late for old man Walter. Last night was a shit show for him. Then we got a video titled, Iran hacked Donald Trump's campaign, the U.S. confirms. Then, of course, they go on to say, oh, well, Biden was hurt too. They were after Biden too. They always slide that in for some reason. Oh, it might be game time. We'll have to read the rest of the schedule later. We'll see. But afterwards, I'm going to try to do my best. After that last video, we have Democrats are an embarrassment. Then we have what it's like being a Democratic voter. Then we have Charlie Kirk hurting feelings. And then we got Jesse Waters roasting Biden. We have so much news today. We have Hyena Harris appears to be too intoxicated to stand up at the end of the DNC. Then we have kind of a funny video titled, well, it's our first funny video of the day titled, oh, no. I got a feel-good video. I got my schedule all mixed up. Our feel-good video of the day is titled, Trump's Story on Why He Doesn't Drink and His Message to Americans. And then our funny video of the day is titled, Boys Will Be Boys. That's how the schedule will be today. So we're going to go ahead and put President Trump on the screen here. Actually, we got a little time. We're going to go through. We're going to say hello to everybody. And we should be good to go here. President Trump's supposed to be on stage a minute ago, so I'm kind of juggling everything at once. But either way, what is up, everyone over on jeffmaclive.com? What's up, Damsel? What's up, Zero? What's up, Livid Review? What's up, Sam? What's up, Mr. Beansy Beans? What's up, Breeze by You? What's up, Russell? What's up, Alistair? What's up, Snooks? And what's up, Matt? Happy freedom, you hooligans. And happy birthday to you, Sam. It's your birthday today. My apologies. We don't have the birthday widget on the wall yet. I am still updating the website, but I hope today kicks ass for you, Sam. And happy birthday, Alistair. It was your birthday on Sunday, and I totally forgot to say something Monday. Hope your birthday was awesome, Alistair. I love birthdays. I hope today kicks ass for you, Sam. Let me see here. What is up, everyone over on Rumble? Breeze by You, you were first today. I appreciate you racing to the chat, Breeze by You. What's up, Astral Hammer? Happy freedom. What's up, Cody? Appreciate you being here. What's up, Schulers? Let me just put this on the screen really quick because I feel like you guys need to see what's going on here. President Trump's here in Michigan, about to come out on stage any minute now. Anyways, what's up, Schulers? What's up, Puff and Stuff? Happy freedom. Russell, you're omnipresent. You are awesome. What's up, MU? What's up, Saw Dog? Happy freedom to you, hooligans. Let me see here. Let me see. Scrolling. What's up, Elder Zoomer? Happy freedom. Alistair, you're omnipresent. You are awesome. What's up, Fitzy? What's up, Screaming Eagle? Appreciate you being here. What's up, Lifelike? What's up, Zupia? Happy freedom. What's up, Matthew? What's up, Larks? What's up, Kevin? What's up, Musky Boss? Let me pronounce your name correctly. Happy freedom to you. What's up, Disco? Appreciate you being here. What's up, Kevin? If I didn't get you, appreciate you sliding through. Don't forget, hit that like button over here. Oh, I'm waiting to see if we get this bastard in the chat today. Some fuckhead wanted to start some shit with me on Twitter last night, and now he wants to talk lawsuits and shit. Well, we'll see how that goes. He's a real piece of work. Anyways, what's up, everyone over on Kick? Happy freedom to you. DeMarquise, you were first today. What's up, Zeus Boot? Happy freedom. Appreciate all of you hooligans being over on Kick. Let's get this set up right. What is up, everyone over on Twitch? What's up, Tony Rich? What's up, Matt? Happy freedom. What's up, Arizona Pools? Appreciate you being here. And what's up, everyone over on the communism platform? Matt, you were first today over here. I think you're omnipresent. Appreciate you being here with us. What's up, Toy Mafia? What's up, DB? What's up, Sam? Happy freedom. What's up, Tony? Appreciate you being here. Sawdog, you're omnipresent. You are awesome. What's up, TKD? Happy freedom to you. Let's see. I think we got everybody. What's up, Bread? Happy freedom. Not sure. President Trump, he should be coming out any minute now. What's up, Proud Patriot Girly? Happy freedom. What's up, No Mandates? Appreciate you being here. What's up, Cassandra? Happy freedom. Well, let me see. Let me move this around really quick. Make some adjustments while we're waiting on the president. So why not? So much stuff on the schedule today. It's going to be a good one, though. Guess we'll just read through and hang out in the chat. Well, first, let me remind you guys, we got these Trump Fight t-shirts. Comes in shirts for men, shirts for women. Now, why can't I say shirts? Shirts for men, shirts for women, tank tops for men, tank tops for women, pullover hoodies, zipper hoodies, coffee mugs, stickers, dog tags, and all kinds of shit. I got on the Second Amendment, the Hooligan 2A t-shirt. Lots of items and designs over on the merch store. I'll drop the link in the chat while we're sitting here waiting on the president. We'll go to the full screen, though. Do the thing. I feel like there was something I was going to say, and I don't remember what it is. I can't remember. It's itching at me. Zero, I remember seeing the Biden screaming at an empty room. Yeah. Well, see, and that's what I got into it over yesterday. I was randomly scrolling on TikTok and came across this guy who's like a black supremacist. He's like the kind of people who are like, oh, we need to put white people in chains. Like, he's one of those kind of people. He's been live streaming since 2020. He never says anything worth listening to. He never goes where anything good is happening. So you've probably never seen me show him on the live or anything like that. But I've come across his stuff for the last couple of years. Came across his live on TikTok, and it was showing half the arena empty. And I thought to myself, wow, that's crazy. The Democrats are always showing the beginning and end of Trump rallies, trying to claim that no one showed up to the Trump rally. And we know that's bullshit because I cover every one of the Trump rallies, and they're always packed. And so I always see that and I always think it's ridiculous. And so I came across this DNC half-empty house that they had there, and I was like, well, since they want to talk that shit, I screenshotted it, and then I cropped it, and then I posted it, and was like, look at this bullshit. Well, then some cocksucker decided to come out of nowhere and start talking that shit, so of course I let him have it. How dare you come into my yard talking that shit? All of a sudden, it was all, oh, yeah, I need to get lawyers involved. You don't want to do that, buddy. You don't want me to start getting fucking creative around here. Can't stand people. They're so stupid and soft. Anyways. Mr. Beans and Beans, JD Vance earlier was in Wisconsin. Yeah, I seen that when I was setting up the live. I seen that it was live. I didn't get a chance to hear him speak, though, but hopefully he did well. Russell. What? A super yacht sank and there was 6 people missing. A tornado hit the yacht? That's crazy, Russell. I can't believe I didn't see anything about that. I was just scanning for all the news. That's nuts. Yeah, man, I think Rumble's the last one to go live out of when I launch all the platforms. For some reason, Rumble has a little bit of delay before it goes live. Mr. Beans and Beans, yes, and I survived the first night of the Democratic Circus. It was a circus. It was a full-blown shit show. I wanted to put that in the title, but you know how YouTube is about titles. Twitch is really bad about titles also. I can't write ISIS. I can't write women. I'm trying to, there's something else. There's some other goofy word that I can't write. Oh, 9/11. I can't say that. I have to put dashes or slashes or something. Goofy. Anything to silence free speech. Snooks, anyone with spam in their name is not good. I'm inclined to believe that. I am inclined to believe that. Sam, we jumped from 14,500 last night in the moonlight. My first night jump. That's badass, Sam. I'd be scared to death. Falling through the dark, I'd be pissing my pants. At least you wouldn't be able to see me piss my pants and throw up. What a badass, Sam. How old are you, Sam? Are you 21 again? That's what most hooligans. You know, it seems like we have birthdays all the time, but everyone's always turning 21. That's okay. That's okay. You're welcome to it. You're welcome to it. Zero, a British tech tycoon, was on board. Interesting. Oh, it is a video. So it killed one. There was 22 people on board. You were saying 6 people are missing from the yacht? Everybody always wants to go out on a boat and get naked till the tornadoes show up. Hard life. Hard life. It's rough stuff. Sam, it was scary as fuck. I believe you. I absolutely believe you. Sam, I wish I'm 54. Well, happy birthday to you, Sam. That's awesome. I love birthdays. I can't imagine jumping at night, though. I've never even thought about that. I've thought about jumping out of a plane my whole life, but I've never thought about doing that at nighttime. Matthew, 22, 6 missing. It's always 6, is it? See, I don't pay a lot of attention to that stuff because I feel like it's not major news. It's definitely something terrible that happened, but it doesn't affect the country. And that's kind of what I'm always dealing with, is like what I focus on news that affects the country, but it doesn't make what happened, you know, any less tragic. I see all kinds of crazy stories every day. People getting mauled by bears and, you know, husbands chopping up their wives and shit. But if it's not real crazy, I don't add it onto the schedule. Kevin, I don't know what you're talking about. You gotta play, oh, Bill's birthday song. I can't do that while YouTube is watching. YouTube will give me some stupid fucking strike about it. I am interested, though. I don't know what Bill's birthday song is. I was just watching King of the Hill last night. Fanatical, the first plane I ever flew, I jumped out of. I have questions. I have questions after reading that. Fanatical, I have VHS tape to prove it, but no VCR. I got a VCR. I got a VCR DVD combo, I'm pretty sure, in the closet. We're going to have to check that out, Fanatical. Is that guy Secret Service on the right side of the screen there? Is it a boy? Why is his pants so tight? What's wrong with you, boy? Bring that gay shit over here. That's why I can't be a cameraman. I'd have been be talking all that shit. That's what I do. Mr. B. New, why do they put baby tires on the police Tahoes? I don't know. It must be city over there in Howell. I've never been to Howell, so I don't know. It's probably just city. Our Tahoes are state boys where I live in Michigan. And so if you see Tahoes, generally it's a state boy, and they got meaty tires on it because they might have to go cross country to chase your redneck ass around here. That's how it goes. Criminals around here go on high-speed chases using snowmobiles and four-wheelers and shit. What's really funny is there's always high-speed chases in Ludington, but the high-speed chase consists of some drug addict driving 15, 20 miles an hour down the road with like 6 cops, full sirens and shit going on. You're just cruising down the street. I've been at the beach once when it happened, and it was actually my friend in the high-speed chase at the time, which I didn't know that while I was sitting at the beach. It was like 11 o'clock at night, and I just see this car cruise by, and it seemed like normal traffic until I saw the 6 cops behind him, full sirens and lights and shit, and I was like, what the hell? It was in the paper and stuff. I was like, damn, I didn't know that was a low-speed chase. Holy. What's up, Murdercom? Happy freedom. Murdercom, I support people's right to believe that whites should be in chains. Hell, I'm white, but my favorite rapper lyric is, you what? Cataline killer? I don't know what half these words are. I mean, I guess. I'm not worried about silencing someone's free speech. I'm more or less worried about them poking the bear. If somebody believes that white people is in chains, they better do that shit over there. Because they come over here and start implying shit on me. Well, these hands talk sign language. What's up, Peyton? Happy freedom. What's up, Master Meatball? Master Meatball, there is no Twitch mod. I don't think. I don't know. I don't see anything like that. Yeah, I don't see any. All I see is mod icons, and I don't even know what the hell that is. Twitch is always on some sissy shit. It reminds me of iPhones. iPhones are like that. They limit your choices to just using Apple products. People like having choices, but once they get brainwashed into using Apple phones, they don't know what life's like on the outside of the plantation, and I feel bad for them, but that's what I feel like about Twitch too. They control so much shit that it's very manipulated, and if that's all you deal with, you don't realize how manipulated you're under. The manipulation is crazy. Tony Rez, you're omnipresent, you're awesome. Well, we might have to get into a video here. I wasn't expecting President Trump to be late. Usually he's not for press briefers and guest appearances. Like when he goes to, what is the gun shit? I can't even think what it's fucking called right now because I'm not a member of their bullshit. Whatever the gun shit is that he speaks at every once in a while, or like when he was at the religious people, the Christian event or Catholic or whatever it was, he's not late for that stuff. So I'm surprised that he's taking a little time here. I've noticed that the delays are more severe, but they keep saying that it's because of security reasons. They're trying to make sure that there's no active shooters or anything like that in the area. They really fucked up. There's still footage of the Trump shooter stuff coming out. There's a new video that just came out where you can see the shooter just walking down the main path, just right there in front of everybody. Nobody knew what was gonna happen. Well, I think the Fed boys knew what was gonna happen because I think they were all in on it. But all the festivity goers, the people who were just attending the rally, they had no idea what was gonna happen. Sam, my camera didn't pick anything up but dark. I could actually see pretty good in the moonlight. Yeah, Sam. Cameras suck like that. I wish they could see like our eyes do. Well, we might have to just go ahead and get into a video here. Let me see. What's this first one? The first one's real short anyway. So we'll just go ahead. We'll do the thing. I'll keep this pulled up on one of the monitors I got here. And that way, as soon as he walks out on stage, we'll just put him on the screen. He takes priority. So we'll be starting off with this first video. It's titled, Democrats Love Donald Trump. This will be a good intro into this anyways. It's good stuff. Look at that wicked woman. It's titled, Democrats Love Donald Trump. Don't forget, hit that like button over on Rumble.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
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 Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is?
These people are sick.
They love President Trump. Them Democrats, they can't get enough of him. Anyways, we'll just hop into this first actual video here. Like I said, I'll keep an eye on President Trump. As soon as he walks out on stage, I'll just put him on the screen regardless of what we're doing. He takes priority around here. So anyways, this first one is titled, or this first actual video is titled, Protesters Breach the DNC Security Fence. Let me see. Yep. At least 4 bastards were arrested. I'm very interested to see what you guys say about this woman. As soon as I seen her, I knew. Anyways, once again, this is titled, Protesters Breached the DNC Security Fence. At least 4 bastards were arrested. They didn't call them bastards. I called them bastards. But anyways, let's get this rolling. Psych, I think President Trump just walked in the building. This is what happens when you improv the entire live. I think that's what just happened. Let me see. False alarm. False alarm. Somebody just disturbed the birthday surprise party. Anyways, back to what we were doing. Once again, this is titled, Protesters Breach DNC Security Fence. At least 4 arrested.
Mills Hayes near the DNC security zone. Good morning to you, Mills. We're seeing some clashes between protesters and police. Of course, we've seen arrests as well. What have things been like on the ground outside the convention center? Because you've been covering this for days now.
Hey, good morning, Hannah. I have. But right now, of course, we're outside of the security perimeter and it's much quieter. The world's still waking up. We saw a different scene, though, yesterday. A few thousand protesters were marching around the DNC and a few actually breached the first security perimeter. And police say that at least 4 people have been arrested so far. We know that there were thousands of police officers all around the city of Chicago, specifically around the DNC, on bike, foot, and even in the air, monitoring the protests in case something like this happened. Nearly 100 protesters broke through a security fence on the opening day of the DNC. Chicago police say that demonstrators breached a portion of the anti-scale fencing outside the United Center. Police Superintendent Larry Snelling said some of the protesters who took down the fence threw water bottles and other items at police. They did not use their batons or chemicals. Police say that the inner security perimeter surrounding the convention site was not breached, and there was no threat to those attending the convention. But the people in the convention were not able to escape the division within the Democratic Party. A protester held up a large sign inside the United Center calling on Democratic Party leaders to stop arming Israel.
It matters to me so much because I'm a Jew, and I was always brought up to believe that never again means never again for anyone, anywhere, ever, period. And that's not what's happening right now. What's happening right now is that we are continuing to fund and support an ongoing genocide.
We spoke with protesters that came from North Dakota, Michigan, Minnesota, all to be here at the DNC and to protest against Israeli war against Hamas in Gaza, as well as to advocate for abortion rights and LGBTQ plus rights. We know that this group of pro-Palestinian protesters and the coalition to march on the DNC will be back at Union Park tomorrow at 3:30 and then again on Thursday ahead of Kamala Harris's big speech around 5 o'clock. Hannah?
And Mills, we've heard a lot from pro-Palestinian protesters, but we know this is a divisive subject, and many Americans are divided about the Israel-Hamas war. Did you see any pro-Israel demonstrations around the DNC yesterday?
We did see a few, maybe about 30 people that were pro-Israel supporters that showed up to that march at Union Park, but we are expected to see more pro-Israel people out here today. I spoke with the Israeli American Council, and they say that they are going to recreate a hostage square around the DNC to remind people that there are still multiple hostages that are held by Hamas at this moment. We know that about 30 to 40 pro-Israel protesters showed up to that pro-Palestinian protest yesterday, many of them from a local Baptist church in the suburbs of Chicago. They were escorted by police, and I did see at least one person yelling at police, asking them, why are you protecting them? I asked some of those protesters, the pro-Israel ones, how they felt about the thousands more pro-Palestinian protesters at the march.
I think it's sad because I think that they have been fed incorrect information about what's happened. They take no mention of what happened on October 7th.
The Israeli American Council says they will hold a hostage square from 9 to 5 at a park outside of the DNC. And we will also hear from some family members who have family that are being held as hostages by Hamas. Hannah?
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to join in.
Well, blue team eating blue team. It's always good to see. I mean, it smells bad, but, you know, it's fine on the screen. Stupid people. I cannot figure out that group of individuals. They're just like, we're not going to vote for you unless you go save some other country. What about us? Those got to be the most selfless people ever, right? They're like, we don't care about us. We just care about this other country. You need to save those poor people. Fuck us, though. You know, you want us to vote for you, you're going to have to save that other country over there. That just, people don't know what elections are for. If 2024's election has taught me anything, it's that people don't understand what the election's for. They think it's a popularity contest. They think you got to be the coolest person. You got to be nice looking. You got to be hip. You got to say all the cool phrases and stuff. You got to be on TikTok videos. To hell with your promises. Nobody cares about your policy. Nobody cares if you're going to run the country good or bad. We just want to make sure you're stylish while you're doing it. Stupid. Fucking stupid. I don't know. Breaks my heart how dumb people are. It really does. So I'm seeing Hooligans saying that President Trump's not supposed to be on stage. The schedule is saying not till 3 o'clock, which is 7 minutes from now. So don't you worry. I do got President Trump's live pulled up. He is obviously not on stage yet. But I think we got enough time to move on to this next video. Of course, we're going to read through the chat before we do. But this next video is titled, "Worth the Hostility, Man Braves the DNC Protests Holding Up an American Flag." Out there being a badass. But first we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans thought about that first actual video. I keep seeing people, I'm going to show you guys what I'm looking at. See that door in the background behind the police badge star thing? People keep coming through that door, and I'm seeing it out of the corner of my eye. And it's not just 1 or 2 people, it's like 4 or 5 people coming through that door at a time. And so I keep going, oh, it's President Trump. Oh, it's President Trump. It's not. It's not. It's like the janitor and people with their kids and shit. Faking me out. Faking me out. Russell, Gen Xers are starting to look at policy. Thank God somebody is, because the whole popularity thing is stupid. I worry that President Trump may lose the popularity contest because there's a lot more young, dumb people than there is anybody else in the world. So I do worry about that, but if people actually paid attention to policy, Harris doesn't have any policy. She just copies President Trump and then tacks on, we'll let you kill babies on top of it. And that's it. That's all she does. Bunch of lowlifes. They had that whole DNC. No policies, no promises. Just talking bad about President Trump. It was not the DNC. It was actually just the Trump hate club. That's what it was. It was the Trump hate club. They were all there, stinky protesters and all. Mr. Beans and Beans, they didn't have one American flag draped inside the convention hall, only on the big monitor. And then the artist was singing, can't think of her name. They put a band on the screen. It was a barn on the screen. It was ridiculous. Yeah, Mr. Beans and Beans. I heard that they opened with the Black National Anthem. They didn't even play the regular national anthem. They played whatever the fuck the other song is. I've only heard it once. I refuse to listen to that shit. It's anti-American. Like, you're gonna make a competitor to the national anthem? What kind of piece of shit are you? Like, I don't know. Who left it up to those people? Who put those people in charge of what the nation's, anthem is gonna be? Stupid. Sam, Hamas is the fucking enemy. They should just start cracking heads. The softies that aren't really that serious will go home. The others should be taken to jail. They don't belong in our country. They're the enemy. Yeah, Sam. If they're pro-Hamas and they're screaming death to America, then, well, it sounds like they're denouncing their citizenship to me. And I know that the Democrat leaders don't care about citizenship and shit like that, but we sure as fuck do. And so if they want to be here and be invaders, they could be treated like some. Zero, I don't know what that is. Fuckwa? It kind of sounds like water. It sounds like agua. I can't believe that's somebody's name though. Breeze by you, it's Trump. You never know what time. It's true. It is true. Breeze by you, all they have is Trump. Yeah. Well, Trump's the only real player in the game. Everybody else is fake. Everybody else is just selected. He's the only nominee. That's what's really crazy is President Trump is the only actual nominee. They don't even talk about Junior anymore. I can't even think what they call him. It's not JFK. Like RFK, is that what it is? Bobby? Yeah, RFK. They don't even talk about him anymore. He's more legitimate than Harris. In a big way. In a big way. But they don't want to talk about that. Not at all. Breeze by you. They have no policies except for killing babies. They're so disgusting. They hate America. They're traitors and they need to. Yeah. Yep. Yup. What do you mean, Mr. Beans Beans? What are you asking about? I've read too many comments. I don't remember what I said. Oh, I seen that, Tom. Mentions at night 1 of the DNC, Trump 147 times, economy 27 times, border 8 times, crime 6 times, prices 5 times, inflation 3 times. Yep. Because all they have is President Trump. Thank you so much, Freedom Liberty, for that $1 donation on Rumble. You're awesome. Thank you so much for the support. It says happy freedom. Heck yeah, happy freedom to you, Freedom Liberty. What's up, Pumpkin? Happy freedom. Diane, escape from YouTube. You're awesome. Thank you so much for joining us over on Rumble. Here, we'll just put this on in the background. President Trump is expected on stage in 1 minute. Hopefully he's ready to go. If he actually walks out that door, we'll make it full screen. Astral Hammer. Liberal normies be talking about AI and microchip plants will help make the average lifespan be 120 years old. Cool. I guess I'll get to retire at 90 or 100. Yeah, Astral Hammer. If they're trying to make Americans live longer, that's the only reason why. So they can push retirement back. Amarain, nope, there was no American flags and no USA chants. Yeah, you're right. I didn't see any of that stuff either. What's up, Wayward? Happy freedom. What's up, little Irish? Happy freedom to you. Matthew, man in UK jailed for shouting at canine police dog. Gosh, it's going crazy over in the UK. What's up, Nana? Happy freedom. Appreciate you being here, Cricket Kiss. What's up, Giggling Spy? Astro Hammer, I was driving down the road this morning and someone was flying a Michigan flag flanked by 2 Ukrainian flags, all at the same level, all without an American flag in sight. Astro Hammer, I just seen something like that too. And I'm trying to think where I was. I seen somebody with an all-white flag that had a blue square on it. and I didn't know what the hell that was, and it was above a an American flag. I wanted to go over there and just burn their shit down. like don't do that shit. Like, damn. Be proud to be anti-American. I don't know. I think you should be able to catch a free punch in the face for that kind of shit. Matthew, 20 months. They gave him 20 months for yelling at a dog. That's dumb. You can yell at cops, but you can't yell at cop dogs. That's dumb. Pumpkin, they can't get Trump man out of their minds. You're right, Pumpkin. They actually got a Trump fetish, and they don't want to admit it. That's the real deal. Is they don't want to talk about their Trump fetish. Diane, yeah, you can't afford to retire, but you can't find a job. Just great. Yeah, Diane, that's how it goes. They just want us to work, pay those taxes, and shut the hell up. That's all they want. That's all they want from us. It sucks. What's up, XX5? Happy freedom. What's up, Cashflow? Appreciate you being here. Cashflow, when the hell is Americans going to say enough is enough and stand up for the flag in our country? Not until there's an outside threat. I was talking about it yesterday. There's going to have to be an outside threat, and all of a sudden Americans will be all united again. It'll be like 9/11 all over again. Cashflow, are people that scared of this administration? I'm not sure. I think that it's not intrusive of their life enough. Like, yeah, prices are high, but if they took the shit off the table, I think it'd matter. Like, imagine if you couldn't buy gas. There just was no gas to buy. It'd be time to get mad. Or food. There's no food to buy. Stuff like that. I think people would start getting mad, but it's hard to say. We went through the lockdowns. People didn't get mad enough about that, and they should have. They didn't. What's up, Post Malone? Happy freedom. Oh, look, we got gay kids in the chat. Don't come over here, fruit fly. I'll swat you out of the air. You and your rainbow flag and all. Look at you go. Catch that hammer, big boy. Anyways. Yeah, Peyton, they didn't live that long over here. That's how it goes. Is it go time? It's finally fucking go time. Not that I'm hating on the Orange Eagle. Not a bit. Happy to see him. Grab the URL for whatever platform you're on right now. Share it out on your social media. Text it to your mom. Do what you got to do. It's time to hear from the Orange Eagle himself.
Nice place, by the way. And incredible people outside. You saw the crowds. It was just incredible. And we really feel good about the state and the area. We're doing very well here. Just got a poll that was very good. Got a lot of good polls the last couple of days. Thank you to the Livingston County Sheriff's Department for welcoming us in such a beautiful way. This was a beautiful welcome. And these are great people. These are great people. And we have, in terms of law enforcement, just about every law enforcement group in the country has endorsed us, as you probably have heard. And there's a reason for that, because I believe in law enforcement. The other group doesn't. It's always an honor to be with our brave men and women in blue and in brown, frankly, and in various colors, because it's not always blue. But these are great people, and you just don't do better. They're brave, and they're under assault, and they have a lot of difficulty with the laws of our land, and we're going to get rid of that difficulty because they shouldn't have difficulty. Our police, men and women, have the backs of law-abiding citizens every single day. They take care of what they have to do in some very adverse conditions, and when we go back to the White House, you're going to see support, the likes of which you haven't seen certainly in 4 years. We worked very closely with the police all over the country, as you know, gave them billions of dollars of excess military equipment that was in warehouses all over the country that the Obama administration refused to give. And it was just drawing dust, magnificent equipment, but it was just getting old, sitting in warehouses. And I hope you guys got some of it, right? Did you? Because I gave it, and it was billions and billions, and it was nothing going to happen with it except the government was paying lots of rents all over the country for big warehouses. And it was an honor to have done it, and it helped a lot of the departments very, very much. I want to thank Livingston County Sheriff Mike Murphy. Mike, thank you. Thank you. Where is he? Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. What a great job. So respected. All of them. This group is highly respected. Mason County Sheriff Kim Cole. Kim, thank you. Van Buren County Sheriff Daniel Abbott. Thank you, Daniel. President of the Police Officers Association of Michigan, James Tiganelli. James? Picking the wrong side. Where he is? Where are you? Come on over here, James. Let's go. Get over here. Come on. Is he allowed to stand with you guys? I don't know. Stand up there, James. How are you? Thank you, James. Representatives John James and John Molinar. These are great warrior people. Wherever you are. Where's John James? There they are. Oh, look at you guys. You don't get the best location because you want your constituents to be treated so well, right? Huh? Thank you both very much. We appreciate it. Done a great job. Your next U.S. Senator, he's really working hard, and I just saw a poll that doing very well. Mike Rogers. Mike? Thank you, Mike. Congressional candidate Paul Young, who is polling beautifully, I think. Paul, good luck. Good luck, Paul. You're going to do it. And Michigan House Republican leader Matt Hall. Matt, thanks. Oh, thanks, Matt. Great. You look the role, Matt. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Matt. Hey, you're right. That'll be next, right? Thank you very much. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Eric. Thank you, Eric. Great. Nice seeing you again. Doing a good job. We're here today to talk about how we are going to stop the Kamala crime wave that is going on at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And she is, as you know, the most radical left person ever even thought of for a high office, certainly for the office of president. People don't know the real Kamala, but I do, and people that do what I do, they also know. But she is so far left that nobody can even imagine, and her real thoughts are there. You know, she's changed. They call her a flip-flopper at the highest level that they've ever seen in politics because she's come out with policy and for years defund the police. You don't mind defunding, do you, fellas? Would you vote for a defunder? Would you vote? By the way, your people that you protect don't want defunders either. But she's been there until just recently, but she's always been for defunding the police. And the person that she's running with, Tim Walz, is equally far left. This is the most far left group. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And the press is giving them a free pass, and you're not going to have, if it was up to them, you wouldn't even have the men behind me, people behind me, representatives behind me. You wouldn't have them. They wouldn't have a job. They think it's going to just police itself. Everything's going to take care of itself. Her father is, as you know, a Marxist professor, and he obviously did a good job. But this is where she's coming from. And, you know, you see her now with a smile, and she's gotten rid of the laugh over the last couple of days. I don't know. I haven't seen her laugh. They've told her, don't laugh, please. But I'll bet inside she was laughing last night when she saw the way Joe Biden left, because that was a coup. That was a coup. And I'm no fan of his at all. And it started with the debate, and from that point on, it just got worse and worse. But that was a coup. It was a vicious, violent overthrow of a president of the United States. Since Comrade Kamala Harris took office, her administration's crime statistics show she's presided over a 43% increase in violent crime. These are all government numbers. 43% increase in violent crime. I'll bet the people behind me don't have anything like that. It just gets better, it doesn't get worse. Including a 58% increase in rape, 89% increase in aggravated assault, and a 56% increase in robbery. The crime in America, the fact is out of control. I watched last night in amazement as they tried to pretend that Everything was great. The crime was great. The border was great. There wasn't a problem at all. No inflation, no nothing. There has been a report that the job numbers over the last period of time were fraudulent, and and I understand that because I know how the job numbers go, and if you want to be a bad person in high office, you can be a bad person, but the numbers are going to be revised, that the job numbers were far less, at nobody's ever seen, if the 600,000 to 1 million people less, jobs less. And let's see if that turns out to be true, but that's what the rumor is. It was reported by a very respected outfit group, and we'll see what happens. But that's a terrible insult to our economy, because we were seeing numbers that were okay, not great, but now we're seeing numbers that, when they're adjusted, are a disaster. But crime in America is out of control. I'm going to make it, along with the economy, inflation, strong borders, and energy dominance, my top priority. I'm including crime in America. You know, normally that's done locally, and we're going to give the local people a lot of help, like I did initially, but not that much. We had a lot of great numbers coming out when I was president. Now we're seeing numbers that are just absolutely horrific. The Democrats are holding their convention in Chicago in order to showcase it. And yet, as you know, on 4th of July weekend, 117 people were shot. Of the 117, 17 were killed. This is 4th of July weekend, and 40 were shot last weekend. I don't know how many were killed, but assume a lot. And that's a war zone. That's worse than Afghanistan that we read about all the time. Speaking of Afghanistan, the worst and most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion. We left 13 dead soldiers, 47 obliterated, just obliterated, the arms, the legs, the face. Left people behind, and we left $85 billion worth of equipment behind for the Taliban to use as it sees fit. And they're selling a lot of it because they don't need 700,000 guns and rifles. They don't need 72,000 armor-plated vehicles. They're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world right now. They're selling our equipment because they said, by the way, would have never happened with me. Abdul would never have done that. But they said, we didn't have anybody shot after my conversations with the leader of the Taliban. 0 shot in 18 months. We had nobody lost in 18 months. He knew that he was not going to do that. I knew that. But now you look at what's happened, and it's back. You know, we would have kept Bagram. That's the big air base. Not because of Afghanistan, but because it's located 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. So it's 1 hour away, and we had it, one of the biggest air bases in the world. We built it for billions and billions of dollars many years ago. Got the biggest runways, the biggest everything, and we just walked away from it, gave it to them, and now China's occupying it. And I thought that the scene a few days ago of the 3rd anniversary, they call it the defeat of America, was one of the ugliest scenes that I've seen on television in a long time. I've seen some pretty bad ones. So have you. We're witnessing some pretty bad ones. They had a parade where the parade was all of our equipment, a lot of our equipment, brand new, beautiful, armor-plated trucks coming down a road, and people cheering. Not that many people cheering, actually, but there were people cheering. But they were making us look very bad because we have a fool as a president. They lied last night about things that nobody's ever seen. They lied about soldiers at a gravesite. They lied about Charlottesville. They lied about inflation. The inflation's been absolutely horrible, absolutely horrible. And everyone knows that we had virtually no inflation. They had 9%, but that wasn't including some of the things that went up more than anything else. They gave themselves a pass. But mothers will no longer be losing their children because of weak liberal policies and politicians that have given up on securing a crime-free America. We want a crime-free America. We're going to stop violent crime in the United States. And it's people like this that can do the job better than anybody. They do the job justly and fairly, but there's nobody like these people. Thank you. Thank you, friends. There's nobody like them, so they can do it. And they have to be given back their rights and their dignity. They have to be allowed to do their job. We're going to be guaranteeing immunities and and I'm not looking necessarily just here, but we have police in various areas that are pretty rough areas. If they do their job, if they're diligent in doing their job, they go after the police officer rather than the criminal. They lose their house, they lose their pension, they lose their family, they lose everything. They lose everything. And we're going to make sure that doesn't happen. Over the past 4 years, the Marxist left has waged a vicious war on law enforcement in our country. They've taken away the dignity and the spirit and the life of some of these police officers, and that's why you see it. The crime is so out of control in our country. I mean, you have cities, I will say this, the top 25, almost all are run by Democrats, and they have very similar policies. It's just insane. But you can't walk across the street to get a loaf of bread. You get shot, you get mugged, you get raped, you get whatever it may be. And you've seen it, and I've seen it. And it's time for a change. We have to bring back our cities. We have these cities that are great cities where people are afraid to live in them now. They're fleeing the cities of our country, what we would consider, what we did consider. You know, interestingly, like New York, when I left for Washington, New York we had a very bad mayor, de Blasio, but he wasn't there that long, and he couldn't ruin what took place. But we had a city that was so wonderful and so thriving, and just in a few short years, that changed. New York State is doing terribly. I heard the governor last night speaking so viciously and violently about me, but she doesn't speak about what they've done to destroy the state. The law enforcement has been decimated. The judges, what's gone on with the judges in New York? There's no justice. We're not getting justice in New York. And yet she speaks so bravely about things that she shouldn't be speaking about. But you look at radical liberal Kamala Harris. She's been the ringleader for this anti-crime and the anti-police crusade. It's a real anti-police crusade. They just have it out for the police. Nobody knows why. I don't understand why. From a common sense, I like to say the Republican Party is now the party of common sense. Conservative, yeah, I guess conservative. It doesn't matter. It's the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have strong police protection. We want a military that can protect us. We want great schools, school choice, ideally. We want to have a good life. We want to be safe. But let's review Kamala's pro-crime, anti-police record. She repeatedly endorsed defunding the police, which I said, and it's at a level and it never goes away. You know, when you're a defunder or when you are even a politician, your first thought usually is the thought that you go with. If she ever had a chance, she would do whatever she could to defund the police, because that's where her spirit is, that's where her heart is. And we can't have a president like that. She sponsored a bill to strip police officers of legal protection, leaving you at the mercy of the lawless Marxist prosecutors who want to lock up police officers for sport. They lock them up, in many cases, long before they lock up the criminal. And they go after them, too, violently. They don't go after the criminals. Murderers are released 2 hours after the murder. She wants to bankrupt the police unions. She wants to destroy policemen in general. and they ruin your lives, your jobs, and they ruin everything you've lived for, everything you've felt that you want to make great. You want to make our country great. When I'm president of the United States again, we will never even think about or mention the words defund the police. We'll never think about that again. It's got to be put away. It's a bad situation. It's a bad concept. The concept is so chilling and so horrible to think that what we should be thinking about is the opposite of defunding, refunding, you call it. We'll refund, but we want to help the police. They have a very dangerous job. And lately I see if somebody, I was with a great family a few months ago, opens the door to a car and gets shot, and they have all sorts of protection for the people in the car. You can't have your gun even close to being drawn. You don't know what's happening. A lot of the windows are dark, so you don't know who's in there. But the door opens and just gets shot. Great police officer. And many, many cases, it's a dangerous business, and we have to give them protection, and we have to give them love and respect, and that's what we're going to do. We were doing it, and they're not doing it now. We'll give our law enforcement heroes the kind of protection and the resources that they so dearly deserve, and I will crack down on local Marxist DAs who refuse to enforce the law. They refuse to put murderers in jail. And you see it all over. As the district attorney of San Francisco, Kamala Harris was one of the worst and one of the first Marxist prosecutors in America. She said that, and some people said she was the godmother of both sanctuary cities, because this was a while ago. This was when it all started. And that horrible shoplifting epidemic, she shielded illegal alien crack dealers from deportation. She fought like hell to have crack dealers not deported. She came up with the concept of $950 and below. You don't even get prosecuted. $950. So guys are walking into stores with calculators to figure out. Did you know that? They have calculators. They're adding it up. They want to make sure they're under 950. But it didn't matter because they didn't prosecute the ones that went over either. She ignored the pleas of victims, families, members, and refused to seek the death penalty against, as an example, an illegal alien MS-13 gang member. These are the worst gangs in the world, who murdered an innocent man and his two sons for absolutely no reason. They said, "Why did you do it?" He said, "I felt like it. I felt like it." So when Kamala, until recently, was called a Marxist prosecutor, she didn't even disclaim the title. She sort of liked it. As the California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as a nonviolent crime. All of them were redefined by her as nonviolent. Kamala Harris supports abolishing cash bail nationwide. Cash bail has been a disaster. When you abolish the no cash, don't worry about cash. You murdered somebody, don't worry about it. That was really the beginning of problems for New York, big problems for New York, but elsewhere also. But it means releasing violent criminals immediately after arrest. No money involved. Don't worry about it. Go home, enjoy yourself. Many of them disappear. You never find them again. Many of them immediately start killing again. It's just a crazy situation. She supports ending jail sentences for parole violators. She considers a parole violation not to be serious. When the violent mobs of looters and anarchists tried to burn down Minneapolis in 2020, Kamala Harris raised money for bail, to bail out the arsonists and the rioters and the killers. People were killed. Many people were killed. Compare that to J6. Nobody was killed. Nobody was killed. There weren't fires set. They burned down the city. They were burning down Minneapolis, and she went out, and not only did she work a little bit with them. She worked a lot with them. She worked to get them out and to set them free. One of the criminals Kamala helped bail out of jail was Sean Michael Tillman, one of the worst, a dangerous repeat offender, had a horrible record of violence. With Kamala's help, she was set free. He was set free. He soon went on to murder a man on a train platform for no reason whatsoever in St. Paul, shooting him 6 times in the head and in the torso. No reason whatsoever. What's the reason? No reason. Just felt like it. Kamala Harris will deliver crime, chaos, destruction, and death. If she's allowed to be the president of the United States, you'll see levels of crime that you've never seen before. I will deliver law, order, safety, and peace, and I will protect those who protect us. These people protect us. These are unbelievable people. They protect us. We have to protect them. We have to give them hope because so many are leaving the forces. I can't speak for this group because I'd love to work for them. I would be joining them in 2 minutes. It looks like a nice job. They look, because they've handled themselves and crime and everything else in a stern way, and it's probably a lot easier to do. Maybe we should switch them, move them around to different territories of your state or of our nation, and let some other guys take. Would you like that, fellas? I have a feeling you don't want that. I don't want to embarrass it. I don't want to say any particular names of locations, but I can think of a big one in this state. I'd love to have them working there during the election. I can tell you, but they have it all very much under control, and that's the way it should be. So we're going to make a record investment in hiring, retention, and training of police officers. We're losing tremendous numbers of police officers. These are men and women that want to be police officers, and they're just leaving. We're going to get you reinforcements, and we're not going to be doing the negative, like let's pay them much less, or let's defund entirely. Let's pay them. There's a movement on now, we won't defund, but we'll pay them much less money. No, it's, I've never realized how dangerous a job it was. I have some papers here where if you watch the event last night, this is, by the way, my all-time favorite chart, which is, because if you've watched last night, you wouldn't know the border was so bad. This was right here, this arrow on the bottom, lowest ever. This is made by Border Patrol. That's the lowest ever we had for illegal aliens coming into our country. And that was the week I left office. That's the lowest ever. Now, this chart is very dear to my heart for another reason. Because this was the chart. I said, let me see it. But it says a lot. And we had a couple of instances last night where things were mentioned, so I got it. Did crime rise under Trump and fall under Biden? They said it rose under Trump and they go, no, the opposite is true. Take a look at this here. It said, is it true? Did crime rise under Trump and fall under Biden? No, comma, the opposite is true. This was a study group that went out and doesn't care. They do the numbers. And there was another one that a historical comparison of the collapse of law enforcement in U.S. cities. The drop in arrest rates over the last few years is without precedent. Lowest arrest rates we've ever seen. They don't arrest people anymore. And they shouldn't arrest people for saying the election was rigged, but they like that. They go after guys like me, but they don't go after people that kill people. It's a shame what's happened in our country, but we're going to turn it around. We're going to win big, and we're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around fast. Thank you. We'll bust up and dismantle the gangs, savage criminal networks, and bloodthirsty cartels, and we will stop the fentanyl, and we'll make sure that Kamala Harris has and all of the people that she's allowed to come across the border. Don't forget, she was the border czar, whether she wants to hear it or not. She still is. You're right. Thank you. In fact, you could do it right now. You know, they like to talk. It's all nonsense. That Donald Trump stopped a bill. I was opposed to it. So was everyone else. It was the weakest bill. Under that bill, millions of people would have been allowed to come in. This was a weak bill. But you didn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I said, close the border. And that's how we got to those numbers, the lowest ever recorded. I said, close the border. I didn't have a bill. I didn't need a bill. She doesn't need a bill. Biden doesn't know where he is. So where is he? Whatever happened to him? He got out. He got out. He's now sunbathing. He's in a beach someplace. But all he would have to do as president, or her, is say, close up the border. And it's closed. But they don't want to close the border because when they first took over, I had built hundreds of miles of wall, and I had 200 miles of wall in addition to what I said I was going to do, because certain areas needed it. As we closed areas, other areas became very, very strong in terms of people wanting to come through. So I bought 200 additional miles. It would have taken them about 3 weeks to erect it. We were all set to erect it. Then we had a terrible election take place, terrible election, and everybody here knows that. And I realized that they don't want to do it. And they actually sold that, and that was designed to the highest specifications of, when you look at the steel, it's concrete, 5,000-pound concrete inside, and then rebar. And it also has a lot of technology, wires and things in it for high technology. It was designed to the highest specs of the Border Patrol. I wanted actually concrete plank. I would have done a beautiful job with precast, like you have in parking garages, long span. It's called long span precast, but they had to be able to see through. I understand that. They needed certain things that you can't do with concrete plank. So we did that, and very expensive to do because you needed all sorts. In other words, they wanted the steel, they wanted the concrete. It's all different methods of, very hard to cut it, very hard to do it when you have different substances, and then very powerful rebar inside. And what happened is, as soon as they came in, they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. They sold this stuff for somebody made a lot of money because that steel is very valuable, but they sold all of that, hundreds of miles of stuff. You saw it stacked up for a long period of time, where they stacked it up in an area because Texas wanted to use it and finish the job. We built hundreds of miles, but Texas wanted it. They would have paid for it. They didn't. They refused to sell it to Texas. They refused to sell it to Arizona. And they refused to sell it to anybody. They sold it to the junkyards, I guess, and 5 cents on the dollar. On day one, I will seal the border. I will stop the invasion. We had the border sealed. I had Mexico. I had thousands of soldiers from Mexico, free of charge. I said to the president, you must give us soldiers because they're coming through. The caravans are coming through your country. No, I cannot do that. I said, yes, you'll do that. If you don't do that, I'm going to put tariffs on your cars. And he said, I will do that, sir. And he did it. He did it very quickly. And it really, that you guys heard all about it, made a great difference. We had thousands of Mexican soldiers guarding our border. I said, look, they're coming through your country. You have to guard your southern border, which is their border on the other side. And all of a sudden they started, and we had Remain in Mexico. It's called a Remain in Mexico policy, which we never had. And they stayed in Tijuana, different places, hundreds of thousands of people. They didn't come into our country until they were checked. And then if they were good, we let them in. If they weren't, we wouldn't let them in. And we worked well with Mexico, actually. But now Mexico has really taken advantage of our country. They want billions of dollars just to talk. They wouldn't say that with me. They wanted, I think, $2 billion to talk, right? We will talk. We want $2 billion before we even start. That wouldn't happen with me. I would say, oh, really? Is that right? That's the end of trade with Mexico. And they would say, sir, we will give you $2 billion. How about that? So I'll send Kamala's illegal aliens back home where they belong. We have a problem because when I came in, they wouldn't accept MS-13 gang members. I told the generals we're going to get the gang members out. ICE and Border Patrol, the job these people do, but ICE would go into the country, get the MS-13 gang members out, the meanest, the most vicious. They kill people with knives. They killed 2 young students walking to school, 2 beautiful young 16-year-old girls walking to school. They killed them up and chopped them up into pieces with knives, dead. And ICE goes in and they go into those packs of rough people. And ICE is rougher than they are. These are incredible, brave patriots. A lot of people wouldn't want that job. You see fists and feet, you see everything flying, and then 2 minutes later they stand up and they grab them and they throw them into what they used to call a paddy wagon. They put them into planes, they take them out. The countries wouldn't take them back under President Obama. And I said, really, they're not going to take them back? Well, if they're not going to take them back, I'm going to stop paying them. I said, how much money do we pay these countries? El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and others. I said, how much money do we pay? $750 million. I said, good, inform them we're not paying them anymore. And the following morning, I got calls from all of these countries. Sir, there must be a misunderstanding. We would love to take them back. We would love to have MS-13. We would love to have MS-13 back in our country. It would be a great honor to have them back. And, you know, before we get too far, and we're almost finished, but before we get too far, I want to tell you that we have criminals from all over the world pouring into our country right now. Your job will never be obsolete, you know. It will never be obsolete, unfortunately. It would be nice if we could have peace, but we're not going to have peace. And this is something we're going to have to live with for a long time. She has allowed millions of people, open border, to flow into our country totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And they come from jails and prisons, slightly different. They come from mental institutions, all over the world. This isn't just in South America. People think it's South America. It's from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. A lot of people coming from the Congo in Africa, the Congo. Rough. And they're prisoners. They're prisoners. And we say, where do you come from? Africa. Where in Africa? Prison. What did you do? We don't want to say. They turn out to be murderers. These are rough people. And we're allowing them into our country from all over the world. From South America, yes, but from all over the world. They come from insane asylums. And many are terrorists. So we have prisoners, mental patients, mental institution patients, terrorists pouring into our country, totally unchecked, unvetted. We have some of the worst terrorists in the world. We know where they are approximately, but we don't know too much, but we know they're the worst. We have the worst terrorists in the world pouring into our country. And she's the president and wants to be the president of the United States. She's vice president. She could do it. She's in charge of the border. She could have closed up the border. She should have closed it up. They could have told Mexico, if you don't do it, we're not going to do something. We're not going to have trade. We're not going to deal with you. We're not going to let you sell your cars into the United States at these ridiculous prices. They took 32% of our car industry over many years. They took it out of Detroit. They took it out of different places, but they took it, and they took it big from this state, from South Carolina, from a lot of different places. They took 32%, and I think now the number is bigger. You know, I don't know if you know that they're building some of the biggest car plants in the world right now in Mexico. It wouldn't have happened with me. Right now in Mexico, and China's the one building them, and they think they're going to make these cars and then release them into the United States without tax. It's not going to happen. We'll put 100% to a 200% tariff. We're not going to let it happen because all of our jobs from your state will be gone. And I watched this union head. He's an incompetent guy. He's approving for what he did, for what he's allowed. Every job, every auto worker here will be out of a job within 3 years if I'm not elected. Every auto worker in this state, they're all going to be made in China. They're going to an all-electric policy. Well, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any country in the world, but we don't have for what you need for an electric car. But China does, and its territories do, and we're not going to let it happen. But they're building some of the biggest plants, and I have a friend who builds plants. He said some of the biggest in the world, I think he's doing them, are being built in Mexico. And they're going to sell cars, produce them and sell them in this country with no tax. It's not going to happen. And I told him, I said, you better hope I don't win. Always dangerous to say these things. Maybe that's why I get shot at and other people don't. Right, John James? That's probably why I get shot at. Other people, they'll protect other people because they can't believe they got so lucky. But I have to do what I have to do. I have to do the right thing. The border czar, Kamala Harris, has allowed hordes of illegal alien criminals to literally stampede into our country. We're going to end that on day one. We're going to close our border. We're going to get all of the bad ones out. And we're going to get them out fast. In Shelby Township, Michigan, earlier this year, a 32-year-old, previously deported illegal alien monster, was arrested for repeatedly sexually assaulting a young girl under the age of 13. Local law enforcement described the crimes as absolutely horrific and says he had many other victims, including death is involved. Death. Young girls. In St. Joseph County, Michigan, an illegal alien was recently charged with breaking into a home and sexually assaulting two very little girls, very badly assaulting. In Mississippi, just days ago, an illegal alien child predator was charged with raping a 10-year-old boy, and there are other cases where they were raping 10-year-old boys and girls, and in many cases they were dead, they were killed. Last week in Coney Island, 2 Kamala migrants were arrested for the rape of a 46-year-old woman who's loved by so many people, throwing her to the ground and raping her over and over again, and then working her over with a knife to her throat. One of them had previously been arrested for raping another woman, but he was shielded from deportation by the New York City sanctuary laws, which Kamala strongly supports. She wants it very much. The woman said, he didn't want to rape me, he wanted to kill me. She thought she was dead. She survived, but she thought she was dead. She said, he didn't want to rape me, he wanted to kill me. This is what we're allowing into our country. These are, and then you hear, oh no, the people coming in, they're much less violent than the people. Hey, that's not right. They're much more violent. And that, you know, they make a hat. Sheriff, they make a hat. And I don't want to brag, but it says Trump was right about everything. And if you look, whether it's the border, this, I've been right about everything, unfortunately. I wish I wasn't. So when I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape, slaughter, and destruction of our American suburbs, our cities and towns. And I think that women living in the suburbs, I keep hearing about the suburban woman doesn't like Trump. Well, I think it's a fake poll, because why would they like me? I keep the suburbs safe. I stopped low-income towers from rising right alongside of their house, and I'm keeping the illegal aliens away from the suburbs. I think that they like me a lot. I think it's a lot of fake polls. We've seen a lot of fake polls over the years. I was not supposed to win anything, and we won the big one. We won it and did a lot better the second time than I did the first. But women want to have safety. They want to have a strong military. They want to have a strong police force. They want to be in their house and they want to be safe. They don't want to have people pouring into their doors and you can't do anything about it, right? So I think that's the number one thing. I hope they like my personality. I have a nice personality, but to me it wouldn't be very important, the personality. They want to be safe. They want people like this happy, and they want people like this taken care of properly, because those are the people that keep them safe. So we'll shut down all deadly sanctuary cities throughout the country, because all they do is they shield criminals. I mean, they basically shield criminals from prosecution. I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. We're going to put a lot of immigration enforcement. We're going to close down the border day one. And we are going to, just so you understand, I am not a radical at all. I'm just a common sense person that was successful in what I did because of the same thing. We are going to let people, and we want people to come into our country. A lot of people. We need them. We need them for jobs. We need them for everything. We want people to come in, but they have to come in through a process. They have to come in legally. And we can let a lot of them come in, but John, we want them to come in to our country legally. We don't want to let people come in who murdered 19 people, and then you hire that person in a plant, and all of a sudden you notice that people are being killed all over town. We want them to come in legally. On day one, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country, bigger than Dwight Eisenhower. Dwight Eisenhower was he was sort of a moderate person, but he hated when people poured into our country, and he was very strong on deportation. We will remove all criminal aliens immediately. All of the criminals, we start with that. We're going to get them out of here fast. Nothing good is going to happen with thousands of terrorists being in our country. You know, we had 1 month where Border Patrol was actually does a chart, and I don't believe this. I love it in a certain way, but I don't. They said in 2019, zero terrorists came in. Now, I don't believe that, but it's an awfully good statistic. But it was very few that came in. We were very tough on that. We had everybody checked so carefully. And they added, actually in 2019, they had 0. Now you have thousands of terrorists coming into our country. Thousands of terrorists. These are the people that blew up the World Trade Center. Bad things will happen. And if I'm elected, we're going to get them the hell out of here, and we're going to get them out of here fast, very fast. And I told you that that other countries who really they put their people into groups, they send them up here, and by the thousands. The caravans, I think it was the name that I came up with. I don't know. Maybe somebody will say he's lying about that. Somebody else used the term 14 days earlier, but we came up because it just seemed like an appropriate term. It's a caravan of thousands of people. We have one caravan coming up right now, thousands of people that go right into the country. But I call these, they wouldn't take the MS-13 people back or other criminals back. And the general said, we're just not able to do it, sir, because they won't take them back. They'd put planes on the runways so that you couldn't land the plane. They'd block up the bus lane so you couldn't bring the buses, and you couldn't get them back. And when I told them that they wouldn't get any more money, I said, let them know they're delinquent. They broke in the deal. We're not going to get any more money. We paid them for years, hundreds of millions of dollars. The next morning, all 3 countries called me, like clockwork, separately. Sir, is there a misunderstanding? I understand that perhaps you would like to talk to us. I said, yeah, you're sending people into, and they're sending them, by the way. They don't want them. They're sending them. All of the countries are sending them. And now they're coming in because of her, because she's so pathetic and weak at the border. The worst job, the worst border czar in history, I can tell you that. Whether she's a czar or just in charge of the border, it doesn't matter. But they're sending them in levels that we've never seen before. And they're destroying our country. But they all said, all 3, it was almost like identical conversations. It was, sir, is there anything we can do to make up for this misunderstanding? I said, yep. You take your MS-13 and you take your gang members and you take your criminals and your drug dealers. We're sending them back, and we're sending them back today. And we sent thousands and thousands of people back. This has stopped for years. Under Bush it stopped, and under Obama it stopped. But this had been taking place for years, and I only found out about it. I said, that's good, get them out. I don't want to put them in our jails, because we put them in our jails. What are we going to do? Keep them for 50 years, 60 years, and the expense? The really bad ones, we did do that, however, because, you know, we don't want them coming back. But all of them said, sir, we would be delighted to take MS-13 back. This would be a great honor. They're such lovely people. And we took them out by the thousands. We took MS-13 ICE. Took MS-13 out of our country by the thousands and thousands, and they received them, and that's the way. It's just another little story, but it's a story that's very important, because I can't see a guy like Biden making that call. Can you? Do you think Biden thinks at night, gee, how are we going to get MS-13 out? He doesn't know he's alive. He didn't know he's alive. And this one is just a Marxist. I mean, she's a Marxist communist person, and we're not ready for a communist president, okay? We're not ready for it. We're going to destroy our country. Under my leadership, no community will be surrendered to violent criminals. No citizen will be abandoned to migrant crime. We have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's probably more vicious than the crime that we already have, which is pretty vicious. These people are vicious, and please don't let anyone convince you that our criminals and we have more crime. They are sending massive number of criminals. And you've heard me say this before, Venezuela crime is down 72%. 72. Because they've taken their criminals out of Caracas. They've taken their criminals out of all of their cities, all of their areas, all of the country, and they're sending them to us. And I'm amazed that they're not doing it quicker, to be honest with you. It's happening fast. They're also emptying out the jails. And this is true all over the world. They're emptying out their prisons, and they're taking their criminals from off the streets. They're taking their drug dealers, and their crime rates are down at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And everyone says, oh, so-and-so's doing a great job running such and such a country. No, they're not. They're just very intelligent. I would do it if I were them. I would do it much faster. I can't believe they still have some left. But their jails are getting to be very empty. And what they're doing is they're literally dropping them in. They're busing them in, and they're bringing them in. And they're saying, don't ever come back. If you come back, you get the death penalty. Or if you come back, you get killed. Don't ever come back. And you see the crime statistics are unbelievable. If you look at the jails are... They've never been so low in terms of world. I'm talking all over the world, because they're sending their criminals to the United States of America, and they're saying, don't ever come back. And their jails are being emptied, and their criminals are being taken off the streets, and their crime rates are plummeting. But that's what we want for our country. So we're sending those people back, and these are the people that can do it. So we're going to have a reformed Department of Justice. We'll once again be a friend and partner to our great local police and police officers general. And we'll be working with victims of crime very closely, but we'll not be working with the criminals that commit the crime. We're going to change it around. Right now, the criminal has a lot more respect within our Department of Justice than the victims. We're going to be working with the victims. We're going to get the gangsters, the drug dealers, the dangerous offenders behind bars, and we're going to get them ideally out of our country, ideally, except in extreme cases. We have some extreme cases where they've murdered many people, and in that case, we want to make sure they're away. But the amount of crime that we have is unbelievable, and the lack of crime that these other places, it just makes so much sense, doesn't it? That's all common sense, too. They're taking their criminals and they're bringing them to the United States, and they look so great. And cities like Caracas, which was a very dangerous place to be, these are cities that have opened up. They have new life, but our country is suffering. And you know, they just got here over the last 2 years, mostly over the last couple of years during this administration, during our great border czar, who wants to be our president. They'll be laughing. Watch, President Xi will be laughing. Putin will be laughing. They'll all be laughing. By the way, the war with Russia would have never started with Ukraine, would have never started if I was president. October 7th would have never happened. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. This is a very dangerous time that we're in. It's dangerous in terms of crime and all, but it's very dangerous in terms of a possible World War III. We're very close to World War III, and people don't realize it. We're closer than we've ever been, I think, ever since World War II, but this would be the war of wars because of weaponry. This isn't, as I say, two army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. The level of power, the level of weaponry that there is in the world today is so bad. It's so dangerous. It's so bad. And you need the right person to be president. You know, we had no war when I was president, except that I totally defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. Everyone said it would take 5 years. It took me like about 4 weeks. Because we have a great military. We have great generals, not the ones you see on television, not the ones that did the Afghanistan botchery. But we have great military people. I know them. And they're never going woke. You know, you keep hearing our military is going woke. The top people would like to see it, but it's never going to. These are not people. Just like these people will never be. Do you promise you'll never be woke? I don't see a lot of wokeness. There's not a lot of wokeness. I don't think so. But we're going to stand up for law-abiding citizens of America. We're going to be really, I think, an inspiration to the world. But we have to start by remedying a situation that was caused by somebody that right now is running for president of the United States. She would be a disaster as president. I love our country. I didn't need this. I didn't have to do this. I didn't need to get indicted by any time I fly over a state. They indict you. I got indicted more than the great Alphonse Capone, right? For nothing. My father's looking down. My mother's looking down. He was such a good boy. I don't know what happened. But I didn't need this. I had a beautiful life. But to me, I wouldn't change it for the world, because we're going to take this country, we're going to make it safe again, and we're going to make America great again. And I want to thank everybody for being here, and God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, there was President Trump. What do you guys think of President Trump speaking live? It sounds like a rally. Sounds like a rally. I always think that they're going to be a little bit more concise to the reason they're there. This was titled as him going there to talk about safety. Oh, I think he's going to answer questions.
Who was here in 2021? Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
I don't know what the question is, but he's not scared to answer them. I know that. It's always good hearing from President Trump. A lot of people were saying in the chat that he looked a little tired. He sounded a little winded at the beginning. I hope the president's not getting sick. No, they should leave the room. Whatever they're doing right now, they shouldn't do it right there. Look at the guy looking at the cameras. Well, we still have lots of news to cover here. We're going to hang out with President Trump until he's no longer visible. I feel like they're behaving really weird right now. I mean, I'm sure he's safe and stuff. I hope he's not getting sick. That's what I'm wondering. Because who knows what they'll say about President Trump being sick. You know, he's got to be absolutely perfect all the time. Because they're always gunning to try and make him look
America
bad.
Safe Again speech press conference here.
Well, I guess after that one day in Butler, Pennsylvania, they're gunning for him in a different way, aren't
the number
they?
one dangerous crime in Michigan. If you missed that last question,
He's also a really busy
did not
guy.
take press questions, but
As a busy guy, I can respect being a busy guy.
coming
So
to this
yeah,
county,
it wear you
here's the
down a little
reason
bit.
why.
It's totally
This
understandable.
city here in House.
Plus, wearing a fucking suit all day, every day. Could you imagine having to do that? I have one suit that Cassandra sent me. Never really wore a suit before. I did for prom once, but I couldn't imagine wearing a suit every day and having to go through and have people talk shit about me and all that stuff. I'd hate that.
Still here in this town.
It's easier to conceal a firearm, though. I will say that. I will say that. It is much easier to not print while concealing a firearm if you're wearing a suit.
Reason other than to just come back.
Looks like he's getting a little interview here.
Absolutely not.
They gonna zoom in on the presidential ear.
You brought that up because they don't want that notion.
This is
that they
very
are a
weird.
KKK town, even though there was.
It's not
KKK
muted, by the
here
way. I
in
don't know
the
if you
past.
guys. I don't know what you can
President
hear
Trump
right now. I
came
got the
to
volume turned all the way
the
down.
podium, and all he did was ask the reporter who was here in 2021. And she
Oh,
said
I didn't
Joe
realize you were
Biden, and he
listening to
says,
the rest
"Thank
of that
you."
broadcast
So
to talk over me. My bad. I was assuming you couldn't hear anything. I was wrong. Maybe we'll get some clips of this interview he's doing right now. I don't think they'll be available until tomorrow, but we'll see. What day is it? Is it Tuesday? It is Tuesday. We're going to read through the chat, see what your hooligans thought about President Trump being live. So don't say weird. I don't care what those fucking Democrats said. I've been saying weird way before they started fucking kids. So I'm not worried about that. Fuck those Democrats and their weird bullshit. Their VP drinks horse cum. I'm not worried about them. They can eat shit. I'll say weird all day. And they can get mad about it. Mandela, he's old, working 24/7. Immune system has to be depleted. Yeah, he's a busy guy. Could understand being a little tired. Breeze by you. He usually has less energy at the press briefing things. Yeah, I think he feels the energy of the crowd, and when he's doing these press briefing things, there's not much of a crowd there. Snooks, I didn't know what that was. I don't know what I was looking at. That gif of that cat butt. Watch, I'm gonna put it on the screen. I bet most people aren't gonna know what the hell this is. Hold on, let me make this manageable. Look at this. I didn't know what that was at first. I couldn't figure it out. I thought it was oh, what is that movie called? Where it's got the talking plant. Little Shop of Horror or whatever. It's like, feed me. That's what I thought it was. I thought it was a plant trying to attack something. I wasn't sure what it was. It was just cat butt. You know, it was just some cat butt. You'd think I'd recognize some kitty booty. I got Big Klaus Daniels. That's the big 20-pounder flounder there. So, I'm surprised I didn't recognize that kitty booty. Mr. Beans Beans, support a 34-time convicted felon any day of the week than a woman with knee pads and no plan on your own. Yeah, Mr. Beans Beans, exactly. So I think it's kind of funny about the trolls coming in and talking that shit, because it's like, yeah, well, your candidate wasn't even voted for and they have no policy. So, yeah, Orange Man's really mean. Sorry you don't like that. Guess you should have, you know, voted for who you wanted to run for your side. Oh, wait, you did, and they stole it from you and you don't even care. Well, guess I really don't have time to debate trolls if you don't even have a person running on your side. Goodness. Freed the Texan thick boy Klaus. He is. He's over there napping. I see his ears moving. He could tell. We're talking about him. Who's that flamboyant guy standing too close to Trump? Who's the guy next to him staring at the ceiling? We're going to get clips of that interview. Diane, yep, go to the bathroom and here come two cat butts. It's just the way it is, Diane. Klaus Daniels, he's always hanging out with me in the bathroom. I got a little space heater because I don't like to be cold while I'm fighting communism. So he just hangs out in front of the little heater there, does the thing. Astral Hammer, it's a furry booty hole. Yeah, it is. Twins. Yeah. Matthew, did you have a moment? I did. I felt like Joe Biden for a moment there. Astro Hammer, if you lost weight using the shake weight, would you tell anyone? No, I'd lie about it. I'd lie about it. I'm a hardcore truther about everything, but I wouldn't tell the truth about that. There's no way. They'd be like, man, your arms are looking toned. I'd get all quiet and shit. No, I've never used machines or weights or anything. I used to be really hardcore into working out. I wanted to be a personal trainer at one point, but I only believe in isometric workouts, like using your body weight. I don't believe in lifting weights and stuff like that. I think people should only work out to be healthy and to defend themselves, not to get all bulky and stuff. But some people like to get all bulky and lift weights, and good for them, but it's not the kind of person I am. Rip Curl Jari, go through the highlights of the DNC? No. We only got 1 or 2 videos in. We got a lot of videos today, but we only got 1 or 2 in, and then President Trump came out. So, I mean, we still have 7/8 of the live left. Proud American, time for Trump to dip out. He's taking an interview right now by somebody. Amarang, good lord, the reporter has that mic all up in Trump's face. Jeez, yeah. I feel bad for President Trump because he goes up there and has to do all this nonsense. And he gets all greasy and shit. I'm the same way. I actually get to go walk away and wash my face, though. Very first thing I do after the live is wash my greasy ass face. And so I feel bad for President Trump to get out there, do that speaking, be in a big, in a suit. And his suit is obviously probably, I assume, something special, just in case, because people are always shooting at him and shit. To have to go deal with that. And then now let's go do a face-to-face interview with some stray reporter probably talking shit while you're all greasy-faced and stuff. Hey, I would hate that. If I was in the position President Trump's in, I'd just be mad all the time. I'd be pissed. They'd be bleeping out all my speeches and shit. They're like, he just gets up there and swears and tells the truth. We fucking hate that guy. That's what they would say. He gets up there all greasy faced with his hooligans and starts telling that truth. And his potty mouth. Can't stand that man. We'll worry about that in 2028 when we're running. Cashflow Orange Man's the best president. You're absolutely right. Killer J. Ours was just weighed and it's just under 15 pounds. Hefty kitties. Hefty kitties make the world go round. All the women are like, I got a hefty kitty. Mm-hmm. I know. Good nice. Steven, a lot of those home gyms don't give you full range of motion, so I prefer dumbbells at least. Yeah, Steven. Well, and it just, it's on preference and stuff. Lifting weights will obviously make you put on muscle a lot faster, whereas doing isometric workouts, you're going to burn fat and you'll tone your body, but you may not actually bulk up unless you're eating a bunch of carbs and stuff like that. But like I said, to each their own. Jacko, look at that tan line. See, I don't be looking at dudes like that. I don't look at dudes and, man, I wish he was a little more tan. I wish his lips were a little bit more pink. I wish he just had a little bit more of this and that and the other. So I don't look at dudes trying to get my little wiener hard and stuff. I don't know why you guys do that. You're fucking weirdos, man. Fucking weirdos. They come in my chat. They come in my chat all right. They're like, you're getting a little thin on top, Jeff. Your teeth are a little spaced out. Well, I'm sorry that I don't make your little wiener hard, okay? I don't know what to tell you. You're fucking weird. It's weird. People are so weird. What's up, Sean T? Happy freedom. Snooks, you look very handsome in your suit. Well, thank you, Snooks. At first, I thought you said you look very handsome, you little slut. And I was like, buy me fucking coffee first. Just walk up in here talking to me like that. You know, take me out to eat first. Wine me, dine me a little bit, Ghostly, lower weight, higher reps, no mass gain. Yeah, Ghostly. Ghostly, you were tearing that guy a new asshole yesterday. You and who through? I was dying reading that Twitter yesterday. I can't remember exactly what you said, but I snorted out my nose onto my phone. It was that funny. It was that funny. What the hell, Mr. Beansy Beans? I don't know what to say about that. Just gonna throw this on the screen real quick. If this was our funny video of the day, what would it be titled? What is I don't know what to say. I can't put any caption on that. That's something. You lady hooligans are really cracking me up right now. Oh my goodness. Tom, I work out with light weights just to stay in shape. Stronger muscles equal less joint strain and pain. More like calisthenics and physical therapy mix. Yeah, Tom, definitely stay moving. I gotta get better at that. I walk around all stiff and stuff. I know, laugh it up, but it's because I sit in this damn chair so much that by the time I get done being live and working on the site and all that, I really don't feel like working out, but I should do that. One day I'll kick the bucket and I'll be all like, damn, I should have did some more sit-ups so I was better looking in this casket. Anyways. Snugs, I don't have a fat kitty, Mandela. I don't know if mine is fat. See, that's the if you can grab it, it's fat. If you can't, it's probably not. Now we're gonna have people protesting. Slender hoo-has matter. Get your shirts ready. Nope, they're taking some pictures. This is lasting way longer than it has ever lasted. Generally, when President Trump is done speaking, he just gets up out of there. Sometimes I got people bitching too, but that one time it really paid off. Always try to keep a close eye on President Trump, and then one day they were taking shots. Hopefully we don't ever have to cover that again. Free Think Text and all hoo-has matter. That's right. That's right. That's why we gotta get dudes out of girls' sports before they erase all the hoo-has around here. And best you'll be able to get is a short, skinny, little pretty lady boy. We don't want none of that shit around here. Anyways. Moving forward, President Trump is no longer visible, although he is still the man. Next up we have worth the hostility. Man braves the DNC protests holding up an American flag. Go ahead and get this rolling. people are psyched. All right, hooligans, let's get into this. Once again, it is titled, Worth the Hostility, Man Braves DNC Protests Holding Up American Flag. Don't forget, hit that like button over on Rumble.
A patriot spotted in a sea of protesters as anti-Israel, anti-America demonstrators descend on Chicago. One Illinois man wading into the crowd, holding the American flag high with pride, showing support for Old Glory after protesters tore her down, lighting her on fire in Washington, D.C. last month.
Joining us now is that patriot, Sean Campbell. Sean, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. Again, I love the imagery of you out there with Old Glory, loud and proud with the flag. Tell me the response that you got as you were walking the streets of Chicago amongst some of those protesters.
In the protests, it was a lot of hatred, anger. It was a very hostile environment. But to me, it was worth the hostility, to stand for the American flag and to stand for America.
Sean, is it lost on those protesters that that flag symbolizes the very freedom that they are taking advantage of by being out and being able to speak their minds when in so many other countries they do not have that freedom of expression, of speech? That's what that flag symbolizes.
Unfortunately, I think you're right. I think there are a lot of people who don't realize, like, I sit here and I'm in the city of Chicago right now, and in Chicago, University of Chicago, at the protest encampments, they took down the American flag and replaced it with the Palestinian flag. And then to think about when Benjamin Netanyahu spoke at the joint session of Congress, and outside Congress, they took down 3 American flags, replaced them with the foreign entities flags, Palestinian flags, burned the American flags, and chanted death to America on American soil. I think that's absolutely deplorable, disgraceful, and that's not something that should never happen on American soil. So that's why I showed up today, to defend the American flag, defend our freedoms, stand up for what I believe is correct and what I believe is right, even in the face of adversity and hostility.
You know, Scott, Sean, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of our last guest. Sean.
That's okay.
Listen, we watch these protests, and they're anything but peaceful, right? Oftentimes it comes with violence. And so you had to have a pretty strong backbone to say, you know what, I'm going to walk out into that crowd with this flag that many of them do not like. Were you nervous when you went into this crowd? Did you feel safe, or did you feel like, you know what, I might have some aggressive people coming at me because I'm holding Old Glory?
Going there, I knew that there was a possibility that they could turn violent and people could try to target me and assault me. But having served in the Army, like, nobody's going to instill fear into me, intimidate me, or scare me, or prevent me from voicing my opinion. At the end of the day, we all have the First Amendment right to freedom of speech, and that's exactly what that American flag symbolizes. It symbolizes the freedom of speech for all Americans, regardless of what your stance is or what your opinion is. And if you're at that protest and you believe in First Amendment right, which you obviously do because you're at the protest, then you should allow anybody to voice their opinion, regardless of whether you agree with it or not.
Sean, you going to be there all week?
There's a good possibility.
You stand tall, you stand proud, carrying Old Glory. Thank you so much, Sean, for being here. Sean Campbell. You take care of yourself.
Good for you, Sean.
All right, thank you. You have a wonderful rest of your day.
What a badass. It'd have been tough doing that in 2020. And they're bringing Molotov cocktails and shit like that to those kind of events. I'm telling you, those protesters we got now, they're nothing compared to the 2020 protesters. And I'm pretty sure the 2020 protesters are all dead from meth addiction, shit like that. But either way, it's kind of a good thing. I mean, it's not good that people die, but at least we don't have violent assholes like we had in 2020. These people are pretty fucking soft. I mean, they're not even worrying about our country. They're too busy worrying about the Middle East, even though we have our own problems. So that guy, he's lucky to be dealing with these 2024 protesters. They've already cut their dicks off, so, you know, they can't be that angry. It's, you know, that's why we neuter animals and shit. But anyways, next up we have Georgia Election Board makes controversial rule change that I think is pretty awesome. They've just changed it in Georgia so they will be able to count ballots before the certification process. So in 2020, when the election was stolen, they did a bunch of board meetings and shit, and they provided evidence of inaccuracies at various states across the nation to prove that the election was not fair and accurate. And at the end of these meetings, the board members would stand up, and it would be like Secretary of State and people like that, and they would all agree, yes, there was something wrong. You've provided enough evidence for all of us to agree things were not accurate and they should be investigated. And so all of these board meetings went that way, despite what the fake news said, because we covered them live for fucking hours, hundreds of hours of covering these board meetings, where they all came to the same exact conclusion. Things were not accurate, and they needed to be investigated. In order to investigate ballots, it has to go through the certification process. That's when it came down to Pence. And on J6, everyone was saying hang Pence, and everyone acts like that's because of white supremacy, which is really stupid because Pence is white. All logic has gone out the window years ago, though, because COVID killed it. So people were saying that Pence is a traitor and to hang Pence because it was supposed to come to him. He was supposed to say, no, we have evidence that the election was not fair and accurate, so we can't certify. Therefore, it would go back to the states, and the states would be able to count the ballots and have an investigation. They would be able to audit the election. But when it came to Pence, instead of not certifying the election to then hold an audit, instead he just certified an unfair election. And that's why everyone feels the way they feel. Now, I know there's trolls in the chat jerking their chain and asking mom for a Hot Pocket right now. But in Georgia, they just made some rule changes where they actually passed them. And now they can count the ballots and hold audits without worrying about the certification process. So that means it would have never went to Pence. They would have been able to hold the audit right after the evidence was provided that it was not fair and accurate. And that's what Georgia is interested in. And I think that's fucking awesome. And all the states, I believe, should do that. If there's inaccuracies, we should be able to hold an audit. That makes sense. Not wait for it to get all the way to Capitol Hill so they can fuck us all over like they did in 2020. So, anyways, I'm pretty excited for this to come up next. But first, we're going to read through the chat and see what you hooligans think about that last video. Let's see. Mr. Beans of Beans, I wish the rest of the swing states would get on board like Georgia. Me too. Me too. Mandela, he sold us out. Yep. Yep. Just reading through. Cassandra, he's wearing the same vote shirt that he wore at the protest. I think it was the same day. I think that's what's going on because they kept saying today. So I think they actually caught him after he was outside at the protest. Maybe like sundown or something. They had got a hold of him. I thought maybe it was the next day, but after you had pointed that out, I was listening to the way they were talking. I think it was the same day, and that's why he's wearing the same shirt. This big meaty kitty. This has nothing to do with the news. This is just cuz. Just cuz. Here's a meaty kitty. So it's good for you. Happy Freedom Calax. Thank you for joining us. You just had the best client. That's awesome, Calax. I'm sure you made them stunning. Mr. Beans of Beans, I just got this. RFK is ready to endorse Trump. Interesting. That's really interesting because I'm pretty sure his family members came out a couple weeks ago, not out of the closet, but they came out and said that they were endorsing Biden before he had dropped out of the race. That's really interesting. Thank you for letting me know, Mr. Beans of Beans. Cassandra, it'd be really nice if California would do that. All of our elections feel so rigged and nobody does anything about it. Yeah, Cassandra, I mean, this could be a really big thing. Well, you know, like the title said, it's controversial. So of course you're going to hear people crying when we play that video, but the government's too strong. It's not supposed to be like this. The government workers are the only workers where they can suck ass or just simply not do their job and then still not get fired. Meanwhile, you check your phone while you work at McDonald's and now you've lost your job. Like, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. It should not be that way. What's up, Chris? Happy Freedom. Proud American Kennedy wants a cabinet spot really bad. There's a lot of people saying that Elon is kind of subliminally accepted a cabinet position with President Trump, but I haven't seen any official announcement or anything. I've seen something about President Trump posting on X about Elon or something, and then Elon had posted a picture of him in front of a podium in kind of a political imagery. And so I don't know, there's a lot of subliminal stuff going on, but we won't know until we get an official announcement. Mad Marv, Taco Freedom. That's right, it's Taco Tuesday. Mary Todd, did you all vote in the primaries today? I did in Alaska. Our primaries here in Michigan was last week or something like that, I think. Friedrich Tech saying Elon is smart as fuck. I wonder what he would do. It had something to do with financing the government. Something about why does the government have all of our tax dollars? They have no receipts on where the money's going, and somehow taxes keep going up. He's like, how are you spending all of our money? You can't provide us with answers on where you're spending it, but now you want more money. And so he was saying during the Trump-Elon X conversation they had in front of everybody, they were talking about that stuff. And I think that's what's subliminally being sold right now, is to give him a cabinet position where he would be in charge of some sort of finances. But like I said, it's all kind of in the wind right now. There's no official anything at this time not that I've come across. Black White Bull, the sumo cat. That's gonna be Klaus Daniels. He don't chill out on those streets. I'm gonna have to put him on some Jenny Craig and get him on the Stairmaster. They still got Jenny Craig. They need to bring it back for Klaus Daniels. I know that. What's up, nostalgic? Happy freedom. Life like go Georgia. Heck yeah. Free the Texa. Don't bring Hot Pockets into this. Those yummy bastards did no wrong. I know. They just turn their wieners into Hot Pockets. That's why I always say that. Seppo proudly showing the Palestinian flag and burning the U.S. flag. Only at the DNC. Yeah, I didn't see any of that going on at the RNC. Not a bit. Alistair, Elon for office, efficiency in government spending. Yeah, Alistair, I wonder how that would go. Maybe he really will buy YouTube. That would be awesome. Could you imagine the way everything would go if Elon owned YouTube? They would never let that happen. They'd sell it to Elon, and then the government would come out with some sort of law or requirement, some restriction saying we got to do away with YouTube for goofy ass reasons. Kind of like they were doing TikTok. We got to ban TikTok because it's so bad. Now Harris is on TikTok. Joe Biden's on TikTok. Like, all these people are now on TikTok, and they're running campaigns. They're running ads and stuff. And it's like, oh, TikTok's bad, and unless you're using it. Oh, okay. Like I say all the time, they got a problem with China on your phone, but they ain't got any problems with China being in your backyard. That's why they let them come in through the southern border like that. Cashflow, dude's brave, holding Old Glory in the middle of hood rats that hate this country. Yeah, Cashflow. Well, I'm pretty sure he said that he had served the country, so I think what he was indirectly saying is, I wish a motherfucker would. I think that's what he was saying. That's what I was picking up. Off-world, Brock speaking tonight. Who knows? Who knows how that's going to go? Maybe he'll incite a insurrection. Apoxify. I'm probably not saying your name. We'll go with Ape. How about that? It was a new position for cutting government waste. Well, I think Elon might be good for the job. It's kind of hard to say. I like the way X is, but I don't like that he took a member from the WEF and put them in charge of X. And so I question some of his decisions that he makes, but it definitely would be interesting. I know that. Patriot operator. Elon loves government money. They funded his space program. They funded his everything. All of his profit comes from government grants. His businesses don't actually make money. They maintain. Red Dawn, Camilla supporters are bored to watch her and turn to watch Trump rallies with more views. Yeah, Red Dawn, you're absolutely right. Like, when the RNC happened, all the Republicans and anybody who's right-leaning to any degree, which just is pretty much anybody that has a wife and kids, fucking drives a car legally, owns a firearm legally. Now all of you people are right-wing. If you believe in that kind of shit, you love God, oh, you must be right-wing extremist, you know. So you'll see anybody leaning right, watch the RNC, and then all of Blue Team, watch the RNC. The DNC happened, and I got hooligans showing up like, hey, did y'all watch that dumpster fire last night? I missed it. Everyone's like, no, I didn't watch that bullshit. I had better things to do. So I added it onto the schedule because Red Team has a life. They have shit to do. They're not worried about what the fucking Democrats are doing. We can smell that they're over there. Not worried at all. Just don't fuck any kids on your way out, and that's it. So it's really funny how that goes because Democrats don't do anything but talk about Trump. All they do is troll in chats of conservative programs and stuff like that, but Republicans don't have time for that shit. Anybody who conservative or leaning right got jobs, got families, got projects, got money to spend, got stuff to do, wives to fuck, things like that. So it's really weird how that goes. That's like that thing we read earlier where it was like Trump was mentioned 150 times. Yeah, that's all they got. They don't have any policies or promises or anything. They can't talk about how great they did. They've been doing shit dicks for 4 years. So anyways, let's get into this next video. I'm excited about it. Let me find it on the thing here. That's what I told her. Oh, before we get into this, I want to remind you guys, if you would like to participate in Free Speech Saturday, make sure you post all of your memes over on Discord or on jeffmaclive.com. Just hop in the group chats on either platform. You'll see the tabs labeled memes. Drop what you got and we'll shout you out as we're making Saturdays more fun. And get into this Georgia election board thing. Let me see. Let me get this pulled up really quick. We'll read the title. It's pretty exciting. I mean, this news anchor here seems a little confused about it, but anyways. It's titled Georgia Election Board Makes Controversial Rule Change. And like I said, this has to do with the certification process. Let's go ahead and get this started. And don't forget, hit that like button over on Rumble.
Well, Georgia's State Board of Elections approved a controversial policy, last-minute rule change a short time ago. The rule allows local election officials to investigate counts before certifying their county's results. Tonight, top state officials on both sides of the aisle have called foul. Fox 5's Rob D'Arienzo is live at the state capitol. A lot of eyes were on this vote. Rob, tell us what happened.
Hey there, Christine. Good afternoon. Well, a lot of eyes on this vote, especially on the first day of absentee voting here in Georgia. Now, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says he's concerned that these last-minute changes could sow chaos into the system, and a lot of Democrats agree.
This is dangerous to all Georgians, no matter who you want elected.
Voting rights activists sounded the alarm under the Gold Dome Monday morning as Georgia's election board met virtually to approve the plan that would require 3 separate poll workers to hand count ballots.
What we are already witnessing currently is 3 board members on the Georgia State Election Board behind these rule changes, showing partisan favor by putting their own goals before all Georgians.
Earlier this year, 3 pro-Trump Republicans who have cast doubt on the 2020 election results got appointed to the board. The former president called the trio his, quote, pit bulls fighting for honesty.
These are all very important things that we want our boards to review and expect them to review before they certify an election.
Important and is an important step to find some form of uniformity and acknowledgement that we do hear some of the other concerns.
On Monday morning, Republican Attorney General Chris Carr issued a formal opinion that the board couldn't direct him to reopen an investigation into unfounded claims of voter fraud in 2020 because the state law doesn't allow for that. Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger slammed the last-minute rule changes, warning they could undermine confidence in the election system.
We're already conducting the election for all intents and purposes. It is too late to be making changes like this. If these were good ideas, they should have been proposed 6 months ago.
But it was fine for Harris to jump on just a couple weeks ago. Okay.
Gabe Sterling in passing. He declined to do an interview with us, but he did want to assure people that they are doing everything they can to make sure that Georgia's elections come November are safe and secure. That's the latest from here live at the state capitol. Rob DiRienzo, Fox 5 News.
I think a lot of people are interested.
Trying to make sure the blowjobs are safe and secure. Well, good for you, buddy. Good for you. Out there crying real hard. Real hard. They're like, no, we don't want you guys to be able to audit the election and make sure everything was accurate and fair like it should be. Yep. Everybody really showed their ass when Arizona went through this. When they went through their audit, and I talk about this all the time. They went through their audit and they found a ton of missing ballots and all this shit. And it was more in Biden's favor than they had already said for Arizona. But the audit proved that it was not accurate. It was not fair and accurate. Not all the ballots were counted. There was thousands of missing ballots and all this shit. And all blue team had to say, because blue leaders denied its existence. They were like, that never happened. Audit never happened, which is completely untrue. They did a trial for it and everything. Blue leaders claim it never happened, and blue voters go, ha ha ha, you guys lost Arizona worse than you thought. What the fuck does that matter? The point is that the election wasn't accurate. Everyone should be mad about that. And it's in their favor. Oh, Arizona was even more blue than we thought? Well, good. Then you shouldn't have a reason to be bent out of shape then. You should be able to get on board and go, hey, how come you didn't count all of our blue votes? But nope, they didn't do that because blue voters don't give a fuck about stolen elections as long as it's stolen in their favor. It's because they're a bunch of drug addicts, a bunch of alcoholics, a bunch of lowlifes, lying, cheating, stealing, and fucking kids. Blue voters aren't worth a whole lot of nothing. So they're a bunch of bastards, and that's it. And like I said, they showed their ass when it happened in Arizona. So that's why I really don't care what blue voters have to say. They don't have anything intelligent to say at all. And that's because that's the kind of people they are. The people you step over on the sidewalks. The people you see under blankets doing up fentanyl and shit. Blue voters. That's what they are. They're like the fucking downfall of our country. And it's not my fault. I just look at these people. They're self-proclaimed that way. So it is what it is. That's all I know. I hope more people pick up what Georgia's doing, though, because I think it's a good idea, regardless of the screaming little sad people out there. Anyways, we're going to start getting into this DNC highlights. Some of these videos are really short, but they're still disgusting. That's a thing. Next up, we have Biden is worried about women having electricity or something. Nobody's really sure what the fuck he was talking about. And then after that, we have DNC lizard people projecting word for word, and that woman is slithering while on stage, and I'm not sure what to think about that. But either way, we got those videos coming up and lots more. Well, first we're going to read through the chat and see what you hooligans think about what George is doing. Mr. Beans, blue voters are a bunch of crybabies that need to suck on their mama's tits. Man, well, see, their mom is flat-chested with inverted nipples. That's why they're so mad. That's what happened. That's what happened. Mandela, every single vote should count, even if it's not what I desire. Absolutely, Mandela. Everybody's vote should count. Otherwise, none of this shit matters. And we got more threats to our democracy than they cry about over there in the hearing rooms. Not the ones where the staffers are getting butt fucked, but on the House floor. That's the room I was talking about. Guess I'm still not sure if I could say that word out loud or not. I don't follow political correctness close enough, so I'm not always sure if I could say the short person word and the word that means cigarette in France. That word. I'm never sure if I could say that, but when I'm not live, just expect to hear that if you're within an earshot of me. Can we still say earshot, or after what happened with President Trump, that's off the table now? It's not good. It's not good. Hair Juicer, heard from the pleb. Don got out yesterday. He's not sharing any details until he has an attorney. I'm concerned about my real life friend. He was Don's cameraman, and they documented J6. It should be okay, Hair Juicer. I did look at the links and stuff you sent me. I went and read his page and all of that, and I think it's really crazy what's happening to him. But a lot of it is scare tactics and stuff. Because what jail process is the same versus pretty much anything you go through. You know, you get in and they want to know, are you a big fish or are you a little fish? And if you're a big fish, where's all the little fish at? You know, and that's what they do. They try to lie to you and scare you and stuff, especially if they take multiple people to jail. They take you and all your friends to jail. They take you and your wife or whatever to jail. They will lie to each of you and be like, oh, well, the other guy's rolling over on you. He's saying that you're the ringleader. You're doing all the bad shit. And they'll lie and say all that stuff to try and get you to fess up. Now, I can't give legal advice, but what I do when I'm in those situations is shut the fuck up. That's the best thing you can do, is just shut the fuck up. Because if they had enough to do something to you, they would have already done it. If they're here questioning you, it's because they don't have enough evidence and they're trying to get you to hang yourself. And so if you just shut the fuck up, which you have the right to do, then they end up having to put that weight on someone else. The hard part is encouraging every person you know to get on board with shutting the fuck up. Not everybody can do that. Not everybody knows to do that. And people think the police will not lie to you and stuff. And so if you have a whole team of people, everybody gets arrested, not one person says anything, eventually everybody will be let go. Because if they had enough evidence to do something to you, they would have. They wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. And so the fact that they were interviewing him and stuff, like I think it was his wife was talking about that he had been detained and whatever. The fact they let him go and all of that, a lot of this sounds like scare tactics to me. So as long as everybody shuts the fuck up, it'll probably be okay. But like I said, I can't give legal advice. I can only talk about what I've gone through and what I would do if I was in these situations. But hopefully everything will pan out, because J6 was just an overglorified protest and tour of Capitol Hill. That's really all that happened. The only person that died was Ashley Babbitt, and people are scared to death to talk about that. I know a lot of people wanted President Trump to talk about that today. He has mentioned it in the past, but I've noticed the last couple times he's brought up J6, he don't say anything about Ashley Babbitt, and I'm not sure why that is. Guess I'm freedom of speech, freedom of expression. Yep, it's true. Pumpkin, I need a lot of electricity. Me too. All the electricity. What's up, Trop? Happy freedom. I see you every day, and I always want to say hello to you, and I feel like I never do. And if you feel the same way as me, Trop, just know that's not intentional, and I'm happy to have you here. It happens all the time. I never mean for it to go on that way, but people show up during the videos, can't stop what I'm doing to say hello, have full intentions of saying hello, and then doing 16 things at once, I get sidetracked. It happens, but it's never intentional. Freedom. AZ has 48,000 illegal vote registrations for federal only. Biden won Arizona by 10,000 in 2020. Yeah, Freedom. Well, they need to. They're not going to fix 2020. It's too late to fix 2020. But they got to get rid of the damn machines. And they need to have transparency. Voter ID is not enough. We need voter ID, but we need transparency too. Astro Hammer can't question the election results in Michigan. No recounts, no nothing. It's Michigan law now. Yeah, Astro Hammer. Yep. Well, and that's because they did all that damn cheating. You know how you can tell that Michigan cheated? Is because Whitmer, the fucking governor here, put word out that if you talk about stolen elections, you'll get a visit from the state police. Like they're the fucking Gestapo or something. That's how you know they cheated. That's so fucking unconstitutional. We're coming after you for your free speech. What? I wouldn't recommend that. That's not the way to handle things. And it's been years, right? It's been 4 years or so since she said that. And I have not heard of one Michigander getting a visit from a state boy. State boys are not stupid. You have to have a bachelor's degree in order to even become a state boy. And so they did a lot of work to become who the fuck they are today. I'm sure they got better things to do than come bother you because you're using your free speech. You know, if you're not threatening somebody else's life, they can't do anything about that. They can come knock on your door and what? Well, I agree with you, buddy. I'm just here to say that. All right, have a good day. Like, what are they going to say? You know, they know what's up. Pumpkin, if the Dems hate it, well, it must be good. Right, Pumpkin. Seppa, do the lefties know that Marx was Jewish? They don't know anything. They can't even tell you what a woman is. Normal times, there's nothing positive to report at the beginning of communism. Well, that's true. That is true. Mary Todd, isn't Elon sending a rocket to save 2 astronauts in September? I'm not sure. I remember hearing something about people being stranded or something, but I don't really stay up to date with space. I probably should. There's so much controversy if space even is a real thing. And so I really hate talking about space. I really only started doing that because he loves space. He's all about that stuff. And he served in the military, and if he thinks space is real, then great. You know, I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm saying I don't give a fuck. I'm here on the earth. I'm not worried about the sky or any of that other stupid shit. But if he digs it and he wants me to cover it, then I've been covering it. But otherwise, I don't stay up to date with, you know, up there. Friedrich Texan, YouTube's only worth like $3 billion. We had a debate about that the other day. I'm not sure if it's worth. I think it's worth more than Twitter, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people think that it's not. But I don't know what to say about it. Because even the numbers you go look up, how do you know they're accurate? Like when he bought Twitter, they were saying Twitter was worth $42 billion or something like that. But then after he actually was able to purchase it, they were saying it was only worth a quarter of that. And that he was overpaying for the platform. So who knows? You know, it's kind of like buying a used car. How do you really put a price on that? Hey, thanks for being here, Astral Hammer. Be safe out there. Prison Hug. I was arrested by the MSP for words. I don't know if I've ever been arrested by a state boy. I've never been arrested for words, though. What's up, Frank? Happy freedom. Frank, define space. What is between Joe Biden's ears? That's right, Frank. That's right. The Guitar Man, I hate to inform you, you shake the right tree with the right information, they will certainly come visit you. I know. Yeah, Lee Guitar Man. I'm sure if you say the right things on the internet, they'll come visit you, but I don't see how they could come visit you over saying the election was stolen in 2020. There's not been anybody lifting a finger to prove one way or the other. So at that point, it's just an opinion. Nobody had a problem with Hillary Clinton saying the election in 2026 was inaccurate. Nobody's had a fucking problem with that, you know. What's up, Skulls? Happy freedom. Thanks, Skulls. We were at 60K until I started getting in trouble for my mouth, and now we don't hardly go live on YouTube. Zero, Roseanne Borland died on J6. I don't know who that is. Zero. Breeze by you, Whitmer's evil. I agree. Mr. Beans Bean, now I got that Randy Newman song stuck in my head. Short people. And I was sitting here dwelling on it. Can I say the midget word? I don't know. Anyways, we'll find out. Let's get on to this next one. This is Biden is worried about women having electricity or something. We got a bunch of these little videos. Because nothing that big happened at the DNC. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this rolling. We might play through a couple of these because, like I said, they're very short. This one's only 19 seconds. Let me see what we got. We'll run the next 3 all together. The very next one is Biden is worried about women having electricity or something. Then after that, we have DNC lizard people projecting word for word. That person's a lizard person. And then we have a video titled DNC Opening Night was like watching an alternative reality, says Caroline from the Trump team. And that's a 5-minute video. So we'll run all three of these back to back. This first one here is Biden is worried about women having electricity or something.
Wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. He wrote the.
Yeah, he's stunning and brave. Yes. So like I said, we're going to run right into this next one here. This woman is a lizard person. Now, I didn't catch this at first glance. It was like the third or fourth time I watched this, I realized that she's slithering. Like she's doing snake tongue. Like the whole thing's a shit show. This one is titled DNC Lizard People Projecting Word for Word. So she's literally going to say that Trump's going to do what they are currently doing to President Trump. And like I said, watch her tongue while she's talking. She's a fucking lizard person.
But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force. But what it means...
So she actually goes on to say more, whatever, but the entire time she's talking, she is doing things like that, and I have no idea why. It's not a public speaking thing. I've been public speaking for a long fucking time. I mean, we're like 2,500 live streams deep. Never see me doing slither face. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Hopefully she doesn't have a medical condition, because I'm obviously not making fun of medical conditions. But what the fuck is going on with her face? And then she literally says, word for word, what they're doing to President Trump. Oh, he'll send FBI to his political opponents. How can you say that after the raid at Mar-a-Lago? How the... dumb bitch, throw the shoe. Like, come on, man. So now we'll get into this video, and we'll read through the chat after this. This one is a 5-minute video. It's titled, DNC Opening Night was like watching an alternative reality. And this has got Caroline on it. Now I'm still trying to figure out... We're supposed to be warming up to Caroline. Caroline is a spokesman for the Trump team, but she's also a part of Project 2025, I guess, the whatever group. And I think that's kind of fucking weird. But anyways, let's get into this. And once again, it is titled DNC Opening Night was like watching an alternative reality.
When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, there are very fine people on both sides. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country, he called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide.
He was on a roll, just rattling off the debunked lies last night. But these are going to be the Democrats' talking points all week. How does the Trump campaign combat that?
Lie after lie after lie from Joe Biden last night. That is going to be his legacy. A liar, a divisive president, and the most corrupt and incompetent president this nation has ever seen. His own party knows it. That's why they staged a coup against him and installed Kamala Harris as their nominee. And you saw her also take the stage last night. Last night was really like just watching an alternative reality. They're pushing lies about President Trump, and they're not acknowledging the issues that matter to voters at home. Inflation, immigration. They did not acknowledge how they're going to tackle the border crisis. They didn't acknowledge that Kamala Harris is responsible for the inflation crisis that Americans are suffering from. They kept talking about their plan to help working families. Well, working families at home are struggling to pay for their mortgages on their homes, struggling to afford their groceries while they watch illegal immigrants be given free housing in American cities. So our plan is to combat their lies. Our plan is to continue to bring President Trump's winning message to every corner of this country, to make this country wealthy, safe, and prosperous again, and to also ensure that every voter understands that Kamala Harris is directly responsible for all of the problems that our country faces. She's been part of it for the last 4 years as vice president.
Yeah, and Trump has a very busy week ahead. I know a Michigan visit to talk crime and safety today, a North Carolina visit on national security with J.D. Vance tomorrow, and a visit to the Arizona border the day Harris is set to give her keynote speech. How important is it for Trump to be pushing his policies right now while the Democrats are trying to drum up joy?
Well, it's very important, and that's why President Trump is barnstorming the country. Between he and Senator Vance, they'll be hitting almost every single battleground state. President Trump will be in Michigan today to give a message on crime, safety, law, and order, something we desperately need right now in Kamala Harris's America. When you see illegal immigrants from all over the world storming our border, giving a free ticket to the city of their choice, and then committing heinous crimes, taking the lives in many cases of innocent Americans like Laken Riley, like Rachel Morin, like Jocelyn Nungre, the 12-year-old in Texas. May God rest their souls. They should still be here, and they would still be here if Kamala Harris actually secured the border and demanded law and order. So President Trump will be talking about his vision to demand law and order in this country and re-secure the southern border as it was in his first term in office, when there was a record low number of illegal border crossings when he left office and handed the border over to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Caroline, I want to ask you, so another new battleground poll came out. Trump leads Harris in just 2 of the 7 states, Arizona and Georgia. Is the campaign at all concerned by this polling that we've seen recently?
No, we are not concerned. We rightfully predicted there would be a little bit of a honeymoon for Kamala Harris, considering she has the entire mainstream media on her side. In fact, I saw a study yesterday that showed that 84% of the news coverage since Kamala Harris was appointed as the Democrat nominee has been positive. That's ridiculous. The media needs to start doing their jobs and demanding that Kamala Harris sit down and answer tough questions. And we will make sure that we keep the pressure up on not only the media, but also Kamala Harris herself. And as voters get to know Kamala Harris more and more, the less they are going to like her. She is a radical, dangerous liberal. Look at the streets of San Francisco, where she's from. They are riddled with crime, with homelessness, with our fellow Americans strung out on drugs, dying at the hands of Chinese fentanyl that is making its way over our border at record numbers. Kamala Harris has been weak on crime her whole career. She has supported ending private health insurance in this country, and now she has rolled out a communist economic plan. Price controls. We've seen this movie before in Cuba, in the Soviet Union, in Venezuela. There will be poverty and famine if Kamala Harris is given the keys to the Oval Office and allowed to implement her communist economic proposals. So it's our job to make sure every American understands that. And the more they get to know her, the less they will like her. We're confident of it.
Yup. I think it's very interesting. Republicans and conservatives are always talking about policy, and Democrats are just talking about fuck those Republicans. That's all they got, and I can't believe people still vote for them. It's just a popularity contest. It makes me wonder how come they didn't vote for Kanye West. If all they care about is vanity, I wonder if he would have ran this year, would he have won by Democrats? Because they just care about vanity. They care about the fake shit. And you could tell if you watched any portion of the DNC yesterday, they were getting up on stage and fake clapping. Like they were all telling Joe Biden they love him. So, oh, we love you, Joe. Is that what you do to people you love? Well, you see what they do to their kids. So, I mean, yeah, I guess, right? I don't know. It's disgusting. Their behavior is disgusting and doesn't make any sense. Somehow people still vote for them. If it wasn't for the lying media, they would never be able to get away with this shit. It's the lying media that goes out there and smooths everything over. It's why most people don't know why we call Walls the horse drinker. You have to have Twitter in order to know, because none of the other platforms will let you post that stuff. And it's, I don't know. You're dealing with like sheltered people that are voting ignorantly, and then you talk to them and they just get mad and freak out and call you names. It's like, y'all are sick. There's shit wrong with you, and I'm sad that there's nobody that loves you enough in your life to fix what you got going on, because the way you're living ain't right. Next up, we got Dems thought this was a good idea. We're just going to go ahead and play this, because this is a fucking shit show, too. I didn't write down how long it is. It's a surprise, and that's what I told her. So hold on a second. 22 seconds. 22 seconds. We're going to play this, and then we're going to read through the chat. Yeah, Democrats thought this was a good idea. I don't really have a title for this. other than they're using this man as a prop. But you'll see.
In 2008, we met while working on the Obama-Biden campaign.
Yeah, sure. They thought that was going to be a good idea. They're like, we're going to bring this guy out. We're going to shove a microphone in his face. Then, after enough time passes, we'll just read out some stupid fucking message that will be good for viewers. That's wrong. Like, that shit is wrong to go out there and do that. It's the worst thing I've seen Democrats do since Joe Biden made that advertisement eating fried chicken with black kids as an attempt to try and get the black vote that they call it. Like, y'all are fucking disgusting. You worry about racism and then you use stereotypes and you do goofy shit like that. Like, who is that sympathizing with? That's fucked up. Like, that's fucked up that they did that. Anyways, we're going to read through the chat really quick. Next up, what do you got to look forward to? Tommy Girl, it's titled, We all know this was deliberate. Talking about how Hillary Clinton spoke at the DNC. She was trying to make it about Harris, but then she was using all the same phrases from her 2016 campaign. Then we got them talking about Old Man Walter and how he was pushed out of primetime. They basically shit all over Old Man Walter after stealing his campaign, and then they shoot him out of the room with, "We love you, Joe." That's what's coming up next. But first, we're going to read through the chat and see what you hooligans think about those last couple of videos. Yeah, Snooks. It is disgusting that they would, like, why? They did not have to do that. Like, they did not. There was no reason to do that. They don't have any sympathy. They don't sympathize with anybody other than traitors and kid fuckers. So, why did they do that? That's so bad. So bad. Sir, I feel the embarrassment for him. Yeah, and I'm trying to think of the right phrase. They put him in an unflattering position on purpose. That's what I'm trying to say. Hopefully you guys are picking up what I'm laying down. Like, wrong. What they did is wrong. Breeze by You, they use people until there's no more use. Then they're done, and they're disgusting. Yeah, Breeze by You. That's why I keep saying, let's see what happens to Old Man Walter. Because they don't have a use for him anymore. And the only people that like him was the blue team. Now that they don't have a use for him, what are they going to do with Old Man Walter? And it worries me. I mean, I don't think he's a great person, but I don't want to see the Democrats smoke him either. And that's how they are when they're done. When they're done with you, you're trash to them, and they're going to throw you away. You will be cast away into the darkness. So I worry about what they're going to do with Old Man Walter because he doesn't serve a purpose right now. Guess that's terrible. That's terrible. I can't read that out loud. Yeah, Zero. It is. It's real wrong. Breeze by You. Hell, I'm sorry about the guy in the wheelchair. You used him as a stage prop. They did, Mr. Beansy Beans. And they must have thought they were really doing something. They should have had different messaging around it. You know, the woman's like, I don't know, speaking like you just walked into Disney World. Please watch your step while exiting the transit. But what are you talking about? You put that guy up there like that? It's wrong. Mr. Beans. Oh my god, that's such an old ass show. You just made me feel old, bro. Mr. Beansy Beans, I didn't realize the guy in the buffalo was even a show. I've only seen the guy in the buffalo goofy videos, like meme videos on YouTube. Hair Juicer exposed all of us to it during a voice chat, and now I can't get the guy in a buffalo song stuck out of my head. Stuck out of my head. I can't get it out of my head. It's stuck in my head, and it has been for like a month. So now I have to go research the actual TV show because I was not aware that was a thing. Oh, hair juicer. I'm not sure why you're experiencing that, hair juicer. I'm not seeing numbers over here for the bandwidth. We should be good. Wayward. If I was Walter, I'd come out like this. This is how you're gonna do me after all that money I made you? For real, Wayward. He should have went out there and red-pilled everyone. Could you imagine that old man Walter go out there shuffling and he's like, you know what? Fuck you guys, blah blah. He just goes off. I would love that. Just throws everybody under the bus. He's pretty much immune. They've already said that he is unfit to stand trial. He might as well just go out there and just let it loose. That would have been the best. That would have been the best. People would have forgave old man Walter if he would have went out there and red-pilled everybody at the DNC. Not that those people have the potential to be red-pilled, but the viewers could have been red-pilled by it. Fucking conservatives and Republicans have been like, you know what? Good job, old man Walter. That'd have been the first one up for old man Walter there. We can hope for things, we can pray. One day he'll do something good. Pumpkin Biden went to California for a vacation after his speech. I wonder if we'll ever see old man Walter again. That's awesome, Mary Todd. Congratulations on 25 years of being married. That's awesome. I hope today kicks ass for you guys. Heck yeah. Nostalgic. I'm waiting for a speech by hologram George Floyd. It's kind of weird they haven't done any hologram performances in a while. I remember they were doing the Tupac thing. I think they even had Biggie at one point. Then we had COVID, and that must have just killed the holograms, I guess, because we ain't had a hologram performance since. Mary Todd, didn't they chant union jobs instead of USA? I'm hearing mixed results, Mary Todd. And I only watched like 40 seconds of it while it was live, and they weren't screaming USA when I was watching it, so I don't know. A lot of people said that they were screaming USA, but if they were really just copying the crowd at Trump rallies, because that's what Democrats are doing right now. They're just copying conservatives. Pretty soon they'll come out with like guns and real women and shit, and they'll be like, this is what America wants. It's like that's the path they're on. They're imitating conservatives at this point because they really have nothing to stand on. Pretty soon we'll have two different parties going, no, I'm the real Republicans. I'm the real conservative. I mean, the Democrat leaders have already started putting American flags in their like profiles and shit. And these are the same people that had BLM flags and BLM fists and Ukrainian flags, and now they got rainbow flags in their fucking profile. Now they're switching over to put American flags in their profile. They're like, we're the real patriots. Are you guys fucking crazy? Like, what? So stupid. Killer J, Biden will be used as a White House greeter like at Walmart or a doorstop. Yeah, Killer J, it's going to be something. I just don't want them to do something bad to him. That's what I worry about. I don't want it, I don't want that. I don't want them to do something bad to him. Salt Ragu, happy freedom to you. I didn't expect you to be over on the commie platform. What's up, Jolie? Happy freedom. What's up, Shanti? If I didn't get you, happy freedom to you. What's up, Too Real? Donald Trump needs to talk about the personal tax exemption sunsetting, 24K Dow to 12K. He may not talk about it the way you want him to talk about it, but he has been talking about the stock market and stuff like that. The last 3 rallies he's done, he's brought it up. I don't think he's brought it up today or yesterday during the press briefing thing that he's been doing, though. They're supposed to be topic based, but like I was saying before things got a little weird at the end of the live there, there's supposed to be a topic for these pressers that he's doing. But he's kind of just saying the same stuff that he says at the rallies, and I think it's blurring the message. Like today's live here in Michigan, he was supposed to be talking about, it says, President Trump delivers remarks on crime and safety in Howell, Michigan. Now, it's not about the crime and shit in Howell. I mean, I've never even heard of that place, and I live in this state, so the crime can't be that damn bad. But that's what it was supposed to be focused on, but it just kind of sounded like any other Trump rally. So I wish that he was being a little bit more specific, but he has been talking about stock and stuff like that. He just may not be wording it the way that you're looking for. Zero, they're showing the DNC on wide view, not even half full. See, and that's what I was showing yesterday, and I wasn't even trying to do some shit, and I pissed everybody. I didn't piss everybody off. I pissed Blue Team off, and we had this douchebag come start some shit with me, which we're not going to really get into that, but I will show you guys a screenshot that I posted. And if you got Twitter, you are welcome to go over there and share the live. That way people can watch us on Twitter. I know it's not great to watch us on Twitter, but any kind of publicity is good publicity. So anyways, I took this screenshot myself. I took it myself. The bullshit was live. I was scrolling through, as I said, on TikTok, and I came across this nonsense. And I took a screenshot because they're always shitting on Trump rallies, taking pictures in the beginning or the end and claiming nobody showed up. And I sit here for over 1,000 hours worth of Trump rallies, and I know that shit is always packed. It's always packed. I'm not lying about it. I've sat through it, okay? It's always fucking packed. So it drives me nuts when they lie about this shit. So I saw this, and I took a screenshot. If you look in the top right corner, that's the logo of the person that was streaming at the time. As I mentioned in the beginning of the live, that person's kind of a black supremacist because they're always talking about putting white people in chains and shit like that. I didn't make that screenshot up. I took the screenshot, and some douchebag came by and was like, you fucking Republicans are always lying about us and blah, blah. I'm not lying. I took a damn screenshot. What you want? You got one too, Matt? Let's pull yours up. Oh, that's worse. Look at that. It's very similar, but it's not the same screenshot. You can see different features on the screen. Not making it up. I don't know. What I do know is at some point they were able to fill the arena. This asshole that wanted to fight with me or whatever did provide some evidence of why they believed that it was a full deal, which is fine. Like, great. Glad somebody showed up to your shitty event. You know, what do you want me to say? Because the thing is I'm not lying. I don't lie. I don't have interest in lying. I'm not here to lie to everybody. You go watch, other red people for that shit. People got millions of viewers. They're good at lying to everybody. Not me. I tell the truth, and that's why we're just happy and whole here. Anyways, this is the video that was provided to me by the troll. We're not going to listen to it. It's only 7 seconds long. But this is a video supposedly from the DNC, and it's not AI from what I can tell. I've watched it quite a few times. And so later on in the event, it became full. Okay, this is what it turned into. Now we'll freeze it. Wham. Now it's asses in the seats. Great. I'm glad you guys tricked people into coming to your event. Wonderful. Now I have no idea how the fuck they filled these seats. There's definitely not that many shapeshifters or Democrat voters in the country. And so people have been showing vans of people being brought in who are paid to sit in the seats. A lot of people thought it was border crossers. I haven't figured out if it's border crossers or not. I don't know. But people are claiming that these are fake people in the seats, that people were paid to be there. Now, I honestly believe that. But that's what went down at the DNC yesterday. It's very controversial. It don't have to be, but 'tis what 'tis, and it tain't what it tain't. Anyways, we're going to continue reading through here. Let me see where we are on the schedule. Oh, yes, we have a Tommy Girl video showing up. Coming up next. Proud American, Pink Pussy Hat crowd. It's something. It's something. Proud American bunch of single cat ladies. Yeah. Charlie Kirk was there, too. I'm surprised they didn't eat him alive. I wish JD Vance would have made it. That would have been fucking fantastic. Cody dropping the boobs in the chat. Very nice. MU, I'm going to. We don't have JD Vance today, but I will keep that in mind. I don't think we have any JD Vance today. But he did speak today live, so tomorrow we'll most likely have some highlights about JD Vance. I'm liking JD Vance. I think he's doing good. I think the way he's been moving ever since he's been VP, he's doing very good. Oh, absolutely, Mary Todd. We got to celebrate each other. And people, marriages don't last and stuff like that. So you guys out here celebrating, that's badass. It's badass. Tony Rez couldn't find enough temp labor to fill the seats. Is that what it was? Yep. I'm trying to think, what do we call it here? Michigan Works. If you can't find a job, you can go to Michigan Works and they'll make you a temp worker somewhere. You go work $10 an hour at some factory. They'll treat you like shit. And that was the first thing I thought of when you said that. Michigan Works. They'd be like, why don't you go to the DNC? We'll send you over there $10 an hour. I mean, I might sit my ass in the seat for $10 an hour. I'd be pissed, though. Sitting there listening to those Democrats lie to people. I don't like that. Sin, happy freedom to you. They were infiltrating themselves. The protesters made it inside the DNC. And they were hanging up banners and stuff like that. I don't know what it said. Free East Palestine, Ohio or something. I'm not sure. Something along those lines. That's all right, Sin. That's all right. We got hooligans of all ages here. You'll fit in fine. Jacko, shapeshifters, cue the Twilight music. No, those kid fuckers don't come with music. They don't. They just show up with abused kids. Too real. What do you mean? We're live on Rumble right now. I wonder if people are having issues with Rumble. You're the second or third person to say something about it. Maybe there's something going on with the app or something. Proud Patriot Girlie, getting married in 4 days. Any advice from peeps who have been married for years? Proud Patriot Girlie, I'd go to Rumble and ask that question. You're sitting in the land of the trolls right now. I barely even monitor the YouTube thing. We're just there just to shit on those people, really. You'd probably get some better advice from Rumble, just saying. Too real. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Snooks. Trump Vance rally tomorrow. Awesome. Awesome. Did you say salty ragu? I was selling hot dogs. Selling at the DNC. You probably could have sold quite a few. God, I could just imagine sitting there with a hot dog cart. Just slinging wieners. Slinging those wieners. Get your wiener. Shapeshifters pile in line. They're like, I knew I was a boy. Yep. Mm-hmm. Guess I didn't say happy hole, did I? Oh, I said happy and whole. I was like, damn, what was I talking about? I miss my own innuendos. Guess I'm 38 years here. Don't do it. Don't say that, guess. I want people to be excited to get married. Mandela, I 100% believe in marriage. Mine was just bad. Yeah, Mandela, I think so too. I don't have an opinion about your marriage, of course. Don't misunderstand me, anybody. But I don't think there's anything wrong with marriage. I think the government shouldn't be involved in marriage. I don't believe in that little $20 piece of paper you get from the courthouse, so now you pay taxes differently. I don't believe in that. But I definitely believe that we should be celebrating each other, being committed to each other, and being down for making the community a better place. You know, you get together, you have kids, you have family, you might already have kids, right? You get together and now you're whole. And you're also an example for young people of what to be. Look how happy we are. Follow in our footsteps and you'll be happy like us. You know, like I say that about God all the time. A lot of people think that believing in God means you need to make other people believe in God. That ain't even your job. It says right in the Bible that's not even your job. It's not up to you to make other people believe in God. But if you believe in God, you'll probably be happier in life. And people will ask you why you're happy. You'll say, well, my relationship with God makes me happy. And they'll say, well, I don't like religion. And then you can say, I'm not religious. I just have a relationship with God. And you'll see their ears perk up. Because everybody wants to be happy, but nobody wants to deal with religion. Religion fucking sucks. It's a bunch of snooty people playing Clubhouse. And so when you tell people that, they're like, well, damn, maybe I should have a relationship with God. Because I want to be happy like you. That's how the influence works. And that's why we need to celebrate each other. You're pushing beliefs on other people. You ain't got to do that. Be happy. People want to be happy. They see you happy, they're going to ask how. You go ahead and let them know. Be an example of what it's like to be happy, you know? And I believe marriage is a part of that. You might not get all the sex you want, But there's other important things about marriage other than sex. We're going to get on to this next one. It's Tommy Grove video. It's titled, "We All Know This Was Deliberate." And they're going to have their own little highlights here of what happened at the DNC. Let's go ahead and get this started. And don't forget, hit that like button over on Rumble.
All right, meanwhile, Hillary Clinton got a primetime slot, which she used to rally Democrats behind Kamala Harris, using very similar lines from her failed 2016 campaign.
I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. We've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. Tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all. On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Outkick host Tommy Lahren joins us now. Tommy, good morning to you. So what do you think of that speech? A blast from the past, talking about the future.
Carly, nothing says new and present and forward-looking quite like Hillary Rodham Clinton. I will say that she is the Christmas fruitcake of American politics. She simply will not go away, no matter how badly folks on both sides of the aisle really wish that she would. I think that the Democrat Party and the DNC has some kind of obligation at this point to put Hillary on that stage. But listen, she was not forward-looking. She was thinking about her loss, of course, in 2016. She's still very bitter about that loss to Donald Trump. She had to incorporate Kamala Harris into her speech, but I think we all know Hillary Clinton wishes she were talking about Hillary Clinton.
But at least she got a primetime slot there. Tommy Lahren, an Axios reporter, commenting on Joe Biden's speech being delayed well after prime time, writing the following, quote, "One longtime Biden aide texting, this is awful. He literally set up a campaign and handed it over to them. Do they have to cut him out of prime time? And I don't think we can overstate the fact we just showed video of Joe Biden leaving the convention and landing in California. Our show's on in the morning, Tommy. 5:45 a.m. is the time right now on the East Coast. What do you make of this lack of respect for the guy that they were touting as somebody who should be on the Mount Rushmore of presidents, going forward?
Should we really be surprised? I mean, less than 100 days before an election, or about 100 days before an election, they cut him out of his candidacy. Are we really surprised that they would cut him out of prime time? I think this was deliberate, to be honest with you. I think that they were hoping that as few people as possible heard Joe Biden's speech last night. And I'll be honest, as I was waiting Joe Biden, I almost felt badly for him. I thought, boy, I might not like this guy. I might not like his politics, but this is his swan song. Give him a chance to speak to his party, to the American people. But then when he finally did take the stage way past his bedtime, he proceeded to yell. He proceeded to once again tell lies about Donald Trump and Charlottesville. He couldn't help himself. He had to bring up January 6th. So all the sympathy and empathy I had for the man quickly dissipated when we saw the same old angry Brandon on that stage. I feel no mercy or no sympathy for him at this point any longer.
Yeah, and when it comes to the timing of the speech, the Harris campaign said that there was so much applause, there were so many applause lines that it just kept on getting pushed back. But he was scheduled to speak at 10:50 p.m., which is already past prime time. It got pushed to 11:30, and the speech ended after midnight. And Politico writes, Biden got the love fest he wanted. He just had to drop out first. So now that he has, and everybody's talking about the torch, the figurative torch that he passed over to Kamala Harris tonight, you do have to wonder what his legacy will be.
Well, I think that, again, it was deliberate to push him back that far, because I think that the Harris campaign, they're really trying to brand themselves as good vibes, good energy, and joy. And it's obvious that Joe Biden doesn't represent any of that. Love her or hate her, at least when Kamala Harris speaks, she does have a positive tone. She does have a forward-looking performance, if that's all it is a performance, in my opinion. But Joe Biden got on that stage and he did the same old shtick. He did the angry yelling. He talked about the democracy
and how Donald Trump's going to destroy the world. So I think that they wanted him to be late into the night. I think they wanted few people to listen to him because I think that, like he has been doing for this entire campaign season, even as the candidate, he's just been simply doing the dirty work for the Democrats. He's been piling on Donald Trump, but his message is far from the happy joy that the Harris campaign wants to present. They put him late for a reason, and now they've put him out to the figurative pasture.
And wasn't the theme of yesterday joy? I think that might have actually been not a lot of joy coming out of Mr. Biden. Tommy Lahren, thank you so much. Tommy Tuesday.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I mean,
Tommy girl, telling it how it is. Hillary Clinton, man, can't get that voice out of my head. Goodness, gotta cleanse the palate here. The only thing worse than Hyena Harris and KJP. Oh, the Hillary Clinton voice is too much. Let me see what we got next on the menu. We got so much stuff going on today. Next up, we have Iran hacked Donald Trump's campaign. U.S. confirms. They go on. Every time they say this, they're like, and Biden too. Biden, he was kind of susceptible to an attack too, maybe sort of kind of one day. Anyways, like they always try to add him in. I think it's because they don't want everyone to go, oh, Democrats did it. Same exact thing happened when he got shot at. They're like, it was Iran, but it was also some tranny 20-year-old kid that didn't have any real friends in his life. And everyone was like, Democrats did it. And they're like, no, it was a stupid 20-year-old. And everyone's like, yeah, no, Democrats did it. That's what happened. The Democrats fucking did it. And so it seems like every time they talk about President Trump's campaign stuff being hacked, they're like, it was Iran and Biden was susceptible to the attack too. Democrats did it. That's what happened. The fucking government did it. That's what happened. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. You can't just all of a sudden be like, there's a new bully in town. No, there's not. No, there's fucking not. Like, come on, man. So stupid. Anyways, that's what's coming up next. But first, we're going to read through the chat. See what you hooligans think about Tommy girl there. We have 7 more videos, but all of them except for 2 are not even 30 seconds long. So don't you worry. These next few videos won't take very long, and they are entertaining. So either way, we're going to read through the chat really quick, and we will get on to President Trump's campaign being hacked. And they say it's by Iran. Reading through the chat. Salty Ragu, you want to be my friends with benefits? Nah. You got to ask Trade Crazy. Is it here, Hair Juicer? Hold on, let me see what you're talking about here, Juicer. Klaus Daniels, they can hear you. You hear him meowing at me? I always try to tell you guys, he's always talking to me. Somehow he can tell when the camera's on. I don't know how. I sit here all day working. Somehow he can tell when we're live. They can hear you verbally abusing me. Yeah, for snacks. Oh, I know. You want to say hi? Alright, well you better say hi this time. Oh, come here, big gigantic. Holy shit. Oh, just hike him up here. Now say hello. You gonna say hi into the mic? Don't be all shy. Don't be all shy. You'll be okay. You gotta run for president one day. Do better than Harris. Anybody could do better than Harris. I mean, shit. Yes. You good boy. You gonna slow blink the hooligans? Mm-hmm. Alright, well you better go on. It's not snack time yet. Despite what the clock says. Oh, go play. Little fella. Anyways. Snooks, I know that Salty Ragu is talking to you. I know. I'm just being nosy. Getting your guys' conversation and whatnot. Oh, I think I know what you're saying here, Juicer. Here, Juicer. Write down why you married each other. So this is to Proud Patriot Girly. Write down why you married each other and put it in a box. If you ever consider divorce, open the box and read them to each other. Otherwise, read them to on your 10th anniversary. That advice saved my brother's marriage. Badass, Hair Juicer. Thank you for writing all that out. That's so awesome, Hair Juicer. Prop Patriot Girly, keep the government out of it. Yeah. Government's always sticking their nose in everything. Saltaragu, could you imagine God making a woman that could deal with me? You never know, Saltaragu. They'll just walk up and punch you right in the face. Next thing you know, you're in love. That's how it goes. That's fucking exactly how it happens. Wait, Rick Klaus is cool as fuck. He's the best cat I've ever had. I've had like 6 cats in my life. He is by far the best. Nostalgic. Trump bringing in those women that Bill Clinton had relations with was classic. I don't even know what you're talking about, Nostalgic. I mean, I don't know the exact event that happened. I'd definitely like to see a clip of that though. Zupia, on a positive note, last time that Clinton cunt was bragging about women winning the election, she got smoked by Trump. That's right, Zupia. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, oh, if Hillary Clinton's this excited, they must be losing. Rappy, the Obamas are supposed to be speaking tonight. Michael Obama was looking like a bag of dog shit last night. They got images of that fucker all over the place, and it's scary. It's real scary. Something weird's going on with its chest. I don't know what it was. It's not good, though. I'll tell you that. Mayor Todd. Talkeetna, Alaska had a cat for mayor for 15 years. Love it. There's I think it's the governor of West Virginia has a dog that hangs out with him. And I can't think of the dog's name. It's like Miss Daisy or something like that. And I'm like, next time we'll make the dog president. Like, it's so badass. I love that. Got political pets and stuff. I keep seeing stuff about JD Vance too. JD Vance has got a German Shepherd that's a good boy, and people are noticing that they walk around with no leash because he's a good dog. He's a good dog, and a lot of people compare that to Biden, where Biden had to have, I can't remember what the dog's name was, some military position. I can't remember what the dog's name was, but they had to take him out of the White House because he wouldn't stop biting Secret Service agents. I'm like, yeah, well, what do you do to stop Old Man Walter from biting Secret Service agents? What do you do to stop Hyena Harris from blowing Secret Service agents? It's a fucking mess at the White House. It shouldn't be. You know, it shouldn't be. Thank you. Guess who? It's Major. Yeah, he's Major. As far as I know, he's not there anymore. He's not at the White House. What's up, Lisa? Happy freedom. D, Michael looked like crap last night. Yeah, that's I didn't see it for myself. I've just seen the images. Hopefully they clean up a little bit before they get on stage, because that thing was looking rough. It looked like, was it like old Greg? Looking like old Greg. Was drinking Baileys from a shoe. Mm-hmm. Too real, you crack me up. This gay kid. I've been waiting. Let's just throw the hammer. You guys could have voted him off the island. You had the ability. You just chose to sit there and chew on him like old jerky. What's up, Eagle Warrior? Happy freedom. Eagle Warrior, a marriage license today is proof that church and state still exists. I must not know enough about the church and state stuff. Russell Michelle's looking like a dump truck. She's just not looking good. I don't know what's going on with the chesticles. Having issues or something. Anyways, we're going to get into this next video. It's titled, Iran hacked Donald Trump's campaign. The U.S. confirms. And like I say, they kind of deedle off onto the side there. And like, oh, well, you know, Biden too. Don't forget him too. But either way, now they're blaming Iran for shit. Let's go ahead and get this started. Don't forget, hit that like button over on Rumble.
Federal government officials now confirming that Iran did hack former President Trump's campaign and tried President Biden's now defunct campaign. It was targeted anyway. Griff Jenkins live in Washington to run down the details on what we're learning now. Griff, hello.
Well, that's right. Good morning, Bill. This is the first time, actually, the government has publicly confirmed Tehran was behind the Trump hack in the attempted targeting of the Biden-Harris team. Now, in a joint statement, Bill, from the FBI, the ODNI, and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, they write this. The intelligence community is confident that the Iranians have, through social engineering and other efforts, sought access to individuals with direct access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties. Such activity, including thefts and disclosures, are intended to influence the U.S. election process. And they note this is not new, saying Iran and Russia have attempted to meddle in our elections before. This morning, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo warns it won't stop until Iran faces consequences.
Iran is very capable. They have the capacity to do precisely the kinds of things the Russians do. They can begin to shape public opinion as much as anything else. We saw the reports of the hack of the Trump campaign.
Right.
We should expect this to continue because there's been no cost imposed on the Iranian regime for any of their malign activity.
This comes as tensions between Washington and Tehran continue to rise, with the U.S. hoping to halt that expected retaliation strike on Israel, which could come at any time. And finally, Bill, it's becoming a battle on the campaign trail, with Team Trump blaming the Biden-Harris administration for a policy of appeasement, while Harris has yet to lay out her own broad foreign policy agenda. Bill?
Yeah, awaiting on that. Griff, thanks. Nice to see you. In Washington, Griff Jenkins.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm
Well, you notice how they don't say anything about what they're going to do about it. Because they don't do anything about cybercrime. They don't do anything about it. I think that's why it's so lucrative. I had my identity stolen it was a year ago, April 1st. Didn't do anything about it. Nobody will do anything about it. You just get fucked online, and online is where they want you to do all your voting. It depends. Registration for voting, registration for your driver's license, renewing your plates, dealing with federal websites, filling out unemployment, putting all your private information on the internet. By the way, you get fucked. Some criminal intercepts your private information. Well, too bad. I hate that so much. Even President Trump can get his shit hacked and nobody will do anything about it. Stupid. It should not be that way. Anyways, you hear what I was saying? They were like, and Biden too, kind of, sort of. Anyways, They always try to rope in Biden somehow. The last video that we covered that was dealing with cyber criminals going after President Trump, they did the same exact thing. They were like, well, he kind of, sort of, it also involved Biden a little bit, but anyways, Like, no, you guys are just fucking lying. They would have said something. The Democrats and shit, they would have said something online. They would have been like, the white supreme pizzas are hacking our shit. They would have said something. They just lie about everything to manipulate these situations. Next up, we have Democrats are an embarrassment. I don't even remember what the video is. Because they just are in general. So I don't even remember what the video is. It's only 21 seconds long. We got 5 more videos here on the news. And only one of them is longer than a minute. So let's see. What should we do? We'll read through the chat really quick and see what you hooligans think about Iran hacking President Trump. And then we'll move on to Democrats being an embarrassment. And we'll see how to do this from there on out. Hey, thanks for being here, Zero. Be safe out there. Mandela, Trump won't play around. No, I don't think so either. I don't think he has time to be dealing with cyber criminals and stupid shit like that. He could just call up Iran, really. He'd just call them up and be like, listen, you guys better cut that shit out. Don't you do this. Don't put me in this situation. Russell, Iran doesn't want Trump for presidency. Could be. Guess FBI confirmed that Iran hacked Trump because the FBI knows who really hacked it. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm thinking too. Iran might have did the hacking, but the government allowed it to happen. Breeze by you, they're getting ready to blame other countries for when Trump wins. Yeah. Saldrigo, Putin did it, but he was just joshing. He was just joshing. He left a little email or something. He's like, ha ha ha, I got you. I found your password, President Trump. Slid a dick pic in there. Trump's like, damn it, not again. Fucking every time. Snugs, Harris has backed out now on the September 4th debate with Trump. Wow. After all that shit talking she was doing, Trump's scared to debate me. Now she's backing out. What's up, Plastic Quack? Happy freedom. Prison Hug. Harris said, we don't care as long as we win. That's the Democrat policy. Trop. Harris policies are on the WEF website. I believe that. I believe it. Free the Texan. Her policy is Trump's bad. He's the mean orange man. Hey, thanks for being here, Mary Todd. You guys have fun today. Free the Texan. They're not even trying to hide the fact that Michael's a man. I keep saying I think they're going to try and come out and act like she's the first trans something or other. And then they might even try and act like she had to pretend to be a woman out of fear of, consequences from real racist Republicans and conservatives hunting her down and chopping off her wiener and stuff, whatever the fuck. That's the way they are. They're just victims. They lie, cheat, and steal, and then turn around and they're the victims of everything. It just stupid. So stupid. Alistair, okay. Trump's bad. Okay. Yep. Orange man bad. It's been that way for years. We like him that way. I'm voting for the guy that signs titties. D, I think Dems hacked Trump. They've done it before. I feel like it's one or the other. Either the Dems did it or they let Iran go after President Trump, so then they could turn around and go after Iran. I don't think there's a new bully in town. I just don't think so. Too real. How many people have seen Iranian computer needs? Oh, computer nerds. I probably couldn't tell if someone was Iranian by looking at them. Too real. I just haven't been around people like that to know. So I wouldn't know. Guess what a C word. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and get into this one. I don't remember what this video is. I'm sure it'll just take me 2 seconds. Oh, yes, this video. You're gonna need a drink of water or something before dealing with this shit. This is AOC with that crackhead squirrel energy, and she is doing too much. She's doing too much. I know the screen's all blacked out, but you'll see. This is a short video. It's only 21 seconds long. It's titled "Democrats Are an Embarrassment."
Of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots that breathe, trampling on our way of life. And
What a psychopath. And our way of life. Calm her down. Like, what the fuck? Shit, look at her eyes. Look at her eyes. Fucking scares the shit out of me. This woman is so far off her rocker. Just fake. So damn fake. I'm telling you, these Democrats, they are an embarrassment. It's cultural appropriation's only okay when they do it. She's as bad as Harris. All of a sudden you got an accent. All of a sudden you're just snapping your fingers and clicking your tongue and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here, AOC. She thinks she's on TikTok right now. So stupid. Anyways, we're going to move through these. Oh, let me see. I'm trying to figure out how to do this because they're all similar, but kind of not. The next one we got is what it's like to be a Democratic voter. Yeah, let's do this. We're going to play this next video, and then we'll read through the chat. This is a mess. This one is a mess, and you'll have to listen closely. They got background music in the video. I can't do anything about that. It's the way the video is. But listen closely because these people are fucking insane. This is titled, What It's Like to Be a Democratic Voter. person's a mess. A mess. Anyways, let's get this started. We'll read through the chat right after this.
Transitioned to being a guy, and I had a doctor's appointment recently. That doctor said I was pregnant. Doesn't make any sense because I'm obviously a guy. So I'm going to a second doctor now to get a second opinion, and I'll keep you guys updated.
Dylan, thank you. You are 6 weeks pregnant.
That's not possible. I'm a man.
Before you became Dylan, you must have been Tasha. And Tasha must have been having relations in order to become pregnant.
Well, she did, and then I became a man.
Well, now that you are a man, you're going to have to jump back in a position as a woman and become a mother.
Nope. I'm not going to be a mother, and I'm not pregnant. That doesn't make any sense. How can a man be pregnant?
Well, before your transition, things like that just don't go away. Like I said, when you transition, that doesn't just go away.
How is a man pregnant? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, technically, you're not a man.
I am a man.
I'm sorry to inform you, you have woman body parts,
Anatomy-wise, yes.
And you can give birth, and you can.
How dare you? Where is your bedside manner?
I tried to have bedside manners, and I tried to tell you as a doctor that we have been going over the charts, and the charts states that you are 6 weeks pregnant.
How would I look walking around as a pregnant man? Do you know the ridicule I would face?
Go back over to Tasha then.
Yeah, so, like I said, what it's like to be a Democratic voter. Could you imagine being just so lost? So lost. You know, like I said earlier, I feel bad because nobody loves these people enough to straighten them out. They're just fucking lost. Out in the world, lost. It's insanity. That's literally what it is. That person's like, how can you tell me I'm going to be a pregnant man? You're not a man. And then they couldn't even handle that. They were like, where's your bedside manner? Could you imagine the ridicule? You mean your vanity? You're worried about your vanity right now? Are you off your rocker? You need to be on some meds. Like, shit's wrong. Shit's wrong. It's messed up. It's messed up. And these are the people calling JD Vance weird. These are the people showing up in the chat talking about Trump's going to lose. You know, it's the people online arguing with you and then turn around and threatening to take you to court. Stupid shit like that. These are the toxic people that we have to live around. These are the assholes that are at the DNC right now. These people are so lost. They're so lost. And I don't know how you can reach someone. You see the doctor struggling to try and talk to that person. Like, listen, you idiot. Like, try to be nice. Before you were Dylan, you were Tasha. The person's like, I have no recollection of that ever happening. I'm like, oh my God. It's so bad. It's so bad. Thank God they're scared of guns. You know, thank God they're anti-gun, because I couldn't imagine those same people wielding weapons and shit. That's a scary fucking thought. Anyways, we're going to read through the chat really quick and see what you hooligans think about all of that. Next up, we have Charlie Kirk hurting feelings, and then we have Jesse Waters roasting Biden. And I can't tell if that video's been manipulated or not, but it's so funny. And then we have Hyena Harris appears to be too intoxicated to stand up. And I think we're going to run all of those back to back. But first, we're going to read through the chat. See what you hooligans think about that good time right there. Guess something we could do better. What do you got here? 72.4% of trans community has contemplated suicide. We can do better than that. Guess some. And then I talk about that all the time. It's like most of these people who go through these transitions, they have infections on and off over and over again because those wounds don't heal. Your body's not supposed to be manipulated that way, especially your genitals. They might take a pounding, but they may not take a surgery. And so these people either suffer and die from the surgeries, or they just delete themselves because they can't handle the person they've become. Again, if somebody cared for these people and stopped them from doing this to themselves, we wouldn't be facing this kind of stuff. Snooks Harris didn't want to be on Fox. She'll debate Trump on ABC September 10th. Snooks, I already have that information. I have that wrote down. I've had that for like a week now. I wonder what's going on that's giving you this information. I already have that information. Weird. Either way, reading through. Mandela, this is what they've done to our children. Yeah. Yeah. Somehow they really believe they're the other gender. This whole time I thought they were pretending. Well, I know they're pretending. They don't know that they're pretending. They think if they think these things hard enough, that it'll be real. I don't know. We need new words to figure out what to label what's wrong with them. Saltaregu, the winner of the biggest idiot goes to... Well, and the scary thought that I haven't read in the chat yet is this bitch is about to become a parent. Like, oh no. No. She doesn't even know she has a womb. And now she's going to be a mom? No, the state should take her kid away. That's the only time you're going to ever hear me say that shit. Because I don't think the state does right when they do that shit. But that person, I don't think should have a kid. Mandela, this is who's going to run the country if things don't change. I'm scared of what life's going to be like in 20 years. When those stupid fucking people are in charge of everything and we're all just too fucking elderly to do anything about it, that scares the shit out of me. Saldaregu, as a union member, it was better under Trump. I think everything was better while Trump was running the country. I didn't even like President Trump when he was running the country. I didn't like any politicians. I don't really like any politicians now. But I wasn't involved in that stuff. But life was better. Life was better. Absolutely. Matt, she'll abort the child. That's what I was thinking too, and I was kind of surprised they didn't bring it up in the video. Got some psychiatrists need to hang a wiener in their window, draw them in, and try to help them. I mean, something. Got some. Got, like, you know, put free abortions on the door, and then as soon as they walk in, she's like, psych! Why don't you have a seat right there? Like it was Chris Hansen sitting in the video. I'm going to need you to take a seat right there. Got some transcripts I'd like to read to you. Mandela, it's mental illness created by society. And I have gay friends that I love very much. Yeah, Mandela. I mean, you know, being gay is one thing, but this rainbow shit that's going on, it ain't even got nothing to do with gay people. These are mentally ill people. These are pedophiles. These are sex offenders that have fetishes of erasing women. And it's like, you know, it doesn't have anything to do with gay people. I've never met any actual gay people that wanted to do bad things to me or wanted to do bad things to kids. A lot of them were real sensitive. They got hurt feelings and shit, but they weren't radicalized. You know, they're just fucking gay. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter to me. It's the people that want to hurt kids, the people who are infringing on women's rights. That's where I'm like, no. Like, y'all are not acceptable. Wow, congratulations, Mad Marv. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. Congrats. Normal times, hopefully the freak show ends in November. Well, we got to wait till January or something. Was it January 20th or something like that? But yeah, hopefully we get things moving in the right direction. November 5th, all of us have to get out there and go vote. We got to vote in the Orange Eagle. Got to get President Trump back in the Oval Office. Otherwise, we're going to see more people just like in that video there. Normal times, mental illness is a big problem going unchecked. Yeah, but the problem, it's like a multi-level problem. Because say it gets put in check, right? We're going to start analyzing everybody that says they're mentally ill. Okay, well now everybody's on pharmaceuticals. Everybody's on mood stabilizers. Everyone's on antidepressants. You know what I mean? Like now everybody's taking pills to fix their problems and shit. And maybe that's better than having mental illness, but I think a lot of the mental illness isn't even real mental illness. Like I've said so many times, people are self-diagnosing on the internet. They're scrolling through TikTok or Twitter or YouTube or Instagram or wherever the fuck you watch content, because all the content is the same. Don't be fooled by what the government says. All the damn content is the same. I'm on all social media, okay? Let me show you this goofy ass shit, because I gotta post this shit all the time. I am on all social media, okay? Everything. I am on everything. And the content is the same. It's talked about differently. The comment section might be different. The mannerisms and the way people behave on the platforms may be different, but the content is exactly the same. And so the young Americans are scrolling and they come across a video that's like, hey, do you ever get the hiccups? If you do, that means you're autistic and you should go and get on these pills or take these herbs or go do this thing and blah, blah, because now you're autistic. And then the person puts down TikTok and they're like, I didn't know I was autistic. And then they run around and say all this stupid shit. Hey, buddy, I'm autistic. You can't talk to me like that. Oh, sorry, boss. I can't lift boxes. I just found out I'm autistic. You know what I mean? That's where the mental illness is coming from. Is that a huge portion of people claiming to have mental illness is that situation right there. You're going to end up putting those people on pharmaceuticals too. And so it's like you got people who are really mentally ill. You got people who are just think they're mentally ill. But now you got everybody on pharmaceuticals. And when everybody's on mood stabilizers, that glass is just half empty and half full. Yeah, like doesn't matter how good or bad life is. You're just like, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Well, that's a real good way to dull the senses there. I wonder how we'll vote when the whole nation's on mood stabilizers. You know, it already is going like shit right now. People are using their own noggin. Just imagine when the pills are thinking for them. And that's the slippery slope of this mental health thing. It's a huge problem, but we don't have any real solutions. We just don't. The biggest problem is that we don't love each other. That's the biggest problem. If you have this mental illness go unchecked for too long, it becomes a problem you may not be able to win. You may not be able to beat that problem because that person may be so far gone that they don't want help. And when people don't want help, you can't help them. But if you could catch them while they're young and they're thinking these weird thoughts and they're going down this wrong path, you can stop it. You just have to be there. You got to pay attention that it's happening so you can be there for them while they're lost and help them be found. Instead of going down this path so far that they're fucked, that they're broken and we can't fix them. And the best we could do is stick them in jail or wait around and enable them till they hurt another person. That's the whole deal right there. We don't care enough about each other. And this shit gets too far down the road. And then you got shit like the DNC. You got stuff like that going on. Or like that individual we just had in that video who's trying to tell a doctor that they're not pregnant because they think they're a boy now. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. It's fucked. It's fucked. We're going to read through the chat a little bit more. And we got Charlie Kirk about to hurt some feelings. Guess I used to paint a lot of pictures. I was told I was autistic. Totally misunderstood. It was a hearing problem. Guess you cracked me up. Just reading through. Now that I went on my little tangent there, pissed everybody off. Holy Zero. That's rough stuff. Scrolling through. Alistair, Love 101, Hooligan Edition with your instructor, Jeff Mack. I don't know if I could do that. I can't teach Love 101, but I could try. We need more people trying. I know that. You know, I'm just saying. MU, too much fairy dust, too much something. But I know things don't happen like this if we're all celebrating each other. You know, like if you think about back in the day, somebody weird comes to town, everybody knew it. And yeah, everybody was in each other's business, but that's what a community is. You know, we're not a community anymore. We're a bunch of people standing next to each other and we're all staring at our phones. We're not really together. We're just standing next to each other. Gotta celebrate each other. We've had lots of reasons today. There's 2 or 3 hooligans today. They're having marriage anniversaries. I think we had 2 hooligans that have birthdays today. You know, lots of reasons to celebrate each other every single day. And I know it's hard now that we got politics in every little fucking thing. But we can look past that to still celebrate each other as long as there's no negativity involved, you know. Gotta do something. Gotta do something, because hating ain't working. What's up, Expose? Happy Freedom. Oh, you're over here crying. Well, I try to be nice to you, but that's okay. That's okay. He can cry. It's okay, Snooks. He can cry. He's on kick. That's what he went over there to do. He went over there to cry. And he didn't even say anything. Why don't you ever read the chat? Said the person that has not posted in the chat at all. That's all right. They don't understand. I'm on 9 platforms. I'm not like any other live streamer they've ever seen. Biking Cat. Social is the #1 factor in my honest opinion. No way we have this many trans people. The parents post videos of them bullying their kids to be trans. Biking Cat, yeah. Yep. I agree. Social media is what made us be this way. Lee Guitarman, do you really think she's going to carry that baby to full term? Depends what state she's in. God, she'd be fucking pissed if she heard me say that. She'd be so pissed. Depends what state she's in. You guarantee she's out there crying about Roe vs. Wade right now. You're awesome too, real. Too real. Instead of having a ding-a-ling, she took one. Here, take this happy pill and vote for Harris. Yeah, she probably went and got her free abortion outside the DNC at the mobile clinic. I wonder what their stats are. I wonder how many people went to the mobile clinic yesterday for free vasectomies and free abortions. And it sounds like I'm making that shit up, but I'm not. They really did that shit yesterday. No, yeah, no worries, Snooks. When people come in and they start crying like that, especially when they call me a commie, which is laughable at best, I'd rather they sit here and have to hear me talk bad about their party, their family, their kids, themselves, and laugh about it with all of you, and they can walk away on their own instead of throwing them up out of here. The only reason I throw trolls out is when they're bothering you hooligans. But if they want to talk that shit, that's okay, because they're just in the chat, and I ain't got nothing nice to say about them. They want to sit here for the shit show. More power to them. We do the same thing in Discord. You want to come over and act like a cocksucker? We'll throw you out. And when you come back under a different account, we know who you are. We just laugh at you. Because you've been shamed out of the community. And you had to come back in pretending to be someone else because you're such a fucking piece of shit that you're not welcome around us. And you had to pretend to be someone else just to come back and stand next to the cool kids. More power to you, you fake bitch. You know? It is what it is. Anyways, we'll get on to this next one. This is Charlie Kirk, Hurtin' Feelings. And it's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. I like Charlie Kirk. I've never seen him do anything wrong or say anything bad or anything. There's a lot of people that hate him, and I don't understand why. And when I mentioned that earlier, there was Democrats showing up going, "'Cause he's a piece of shit." Well, that's not really a reason. Still just kind of doing what I'm saying, but that's okay. Let's get this rolling. Like I said, this is Charlie Kirk, Hurtin' Feelings. We might run these next couple back to back because all of them are less than 30 seconds long, but we'll see how it goes.
Because we have a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State in the state of Georgia.
What's your name? He said Parker?
My name's Parker. We have a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State in Georgia that approved our elections, and Donald Trump said that wasn't constitutional.
All right, relax.
Donald Trump tried to undermine our Constitution.
You're at 10. I just walked in. I'm here to just learn.
Hey, you're an anti-patriotic, anti-constitutional person crashing our party because you tried to stop our democracy.
I got one question.
Donald Trump called the Secretary of State of Georgia and told him to find him some votes.
What is a woman?
Oh my God. That is so fucking weird, y'all. Maybe you should meet one.
I'm married to one.
Same. Because
he tried. That little kid, little Parker there. That's little Peter Puffer Parker there. He tried to be Charlie Kirk to Charlie Kirk, and it didn't work out. All it took was, "What's a woman?" He blew his head gasket right there. He had to go home and blow his boyfriend to try and recover. Next up, we got Jesse Waters roasting Biden. And like I said earlier, I can't tell if this video has been manipulated or not, but it's funny, and that was good enough for me. So we're going to go ahead and run into this. And we got one more video after this video, and then we'll hop in the chat because these are all short. Once again, this is Jesse Waters roasting Biden.
The Democrats don't want Biden anywhere near this convention. He's toxic. And they don't want him standing on stage with Kamala. That's not going to help her at all. And Biden doesn't even want to be here. He's humiliated. And they're isolating him like he has the Rona. Trump was shot in the head 48 hours before the RNC, and he showed up every day with a bandage on his ear. Biden was stabbed in the back, forced to speak on Monday night as far away from Kamala as possible, and now he's evacuating quicker than Afghanistan. The Democrats don't.
That was so close to becoming our funny video of the day right there. I love that video. So this is the last little bit of our news for the day here. This is titled, Hyena Harris appears to be too intoxicated to stand up. Now after this, we have our feel-good video of the day and our funny video of the day. But this is the last little bit of our news. Once again, this is titled, Hyena Harris appears to be too intoxicated to stand up.
24, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, 24.
Now, Democrat voters were trying to say that she was trying to play it cool. She's just sitting down like a mob boss because she don't have to stand. These people will make excuses for any wrongdoing. It's unbelievable. She did look intoxicated to me. I've seen drunk bitches. I used to date one for way too fucking long. That's what that looked like to me. Everybody stood up and she was like, I can't do that right now. She's like, I'm just gonna hang out right here and thank you. Thank you so much. Like, come on, man. Come on, Hyena Harris. You could do better than that. Anyways, next up, we got our feel-good video of the day. It's titled Trump's Story on Why He Doesn't Drink and His Message to Americans. But first, we're going to hop in the chat and see what you hooligans thought about those last 3 videos right there. Now, before we do that, I want to remind you guys, if you would like to support the live to keep us running, you're welcome to use the Linktree link in the descriptions, or maybe Snooks will post that in the chat for you guys. But using the Linktree link, you're welcome to make donations. You can do that using PayPal, Cash App, Stripe, Locals, Buy Me a Coffee, or you can even send crypto. I'm going to read through the chat really quick, and we'll get on to our feel-good video of the day. Russell, she's on her high horse, probably drunk. Yeah, guess I'm sitting like a narcissistic bitch. That's what I was thinking, but just I can feel the vibes. My instincts are telling me that she is messed up. I don't know if she's drinking or if it's the pills. In that instance, she looked like she had been drinking. But these other videos I keep seeing of people saying she's drunk, she looks like she's on pills to me. Her face just doesn't have the symptoms of a drunk person. And that's what pill addiction doesn't look the same as being drunk. And so it may seem the same from the outside, slurring words, loose behavior, things like that, but being drunk makes you red-faced, it makes you slur really hard in specific ways, and pills don't do that. They do different things, and of course there's a lot of different pharmaceuticals and shit, but either way, I know it wasn't a good look for her to sit there acting like an asshole or whatever she was doing. I won't say that out loud, Mandela. You hooligans crack me up with that. I will not read that out loud. It's reading through. Russell, damn, roasted Biden. I know, Jesse Waters was going off. Guess don't debate Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro. Yeah, it's not the thing to do. You got to come well equipped if you're gonna go after those guys, because they go. Well, I don't know about Ben Shapiro. I've seen him, but I haven't seen him like outside of his studio. Charlie Kirk, though, he goes and speaks on college campuses. He does the same thing Crowder does. he'll set up a table and pick fights with liberals. I mean, that's not what they're trying to do, but that's what happens. And they do a lot of debating. They're used to like active debating, like aggressive. I'm trying to think of the word I'm thinking of. Like toxic debating. You're dealing with people who are going to call you names and not make sense at the same time. And they go out there and do that on a regular basis. So, yeah, you can't come debate Charlie Kirk unless you got your shit together. And all Charlie Kirk had to say was one thing, and then little what's his name? Parker. Oh, Parker. He had to run off there. He couldn't handle it. He didn't have a rebuttal. It was missing. Man, stupid kid. Yeah, he was dumb for that. Ghostly, just one or two beers will kick your ass on pills. Yeah, Ghostly, I've heard that. I've never really taken pharmaceuticals at all, really. Taking Advil, that's about it. Unless I'm like sick and dying and the doctor gives me an antibiotic or something, which I won't even do as an adult. If I'm sick and dying, well, we'll just see how this turns out. That's how I get done. If I have to stop paying bills because I'm not alive anymore, so be it. But as a youngster, I used to worry about that kind of stuff. And I had friends that didn't have the upbringing I had. Not that I went through a great childhood or anything, but people were pretty adamant about me not being on pills when I was young. I wasn't allowed to take pills for anything. Like, I had back pain too fucking bad. That was my pill. And I'm thankful for it because now I got a bad stomach. It would be much worse if I had pills in my life growing up and stuff like that. But I have a lot of friends that are addicted to pills. I don't now. They're either dead in jail or not on pills anymore. But I have had friends that enjoy the feeling of being on pills and drinking at the same time. And they're like, yeah, you don't have to drink as much. Damn. Like, how fucked up you want to be, you know? And I don't know. I've never wanted to try that. Never sounded like a good time to me. Alistair, yeah, man, Charlie Kirk has the patience and grace of a saint when he debates. Yeah, Alistair, he's got a lot of patience. Those people get up there and scream in his face or slap his hat off his head. It'd be hard for me not to put my hands on those stupid little 20-year-olds. You come slap my head off my head, I'm going to smile at you while I hurt you. Like, fuck that, you know? Nostalgic. Charlie Kirk is always a warrior in the arena. Yeah, and I mean, he's a badass to go into the DNC. There's a lot of people that would not do that. Go into the Lion's Den. Charlie Kirk wasn't worried about it. At very most, he's going to have some awesome content. So it's all good. It's good stuff. Addie Walker, yeah, he's fucking trash. He's part of those people. That's why he can walk with them, because he's one of them. Nostalgic. Tim Walz clapping like a trained seal. That guy, he's the worst clown I've ever seen. He is a clown. He is like the jester. Like, just a clown in human form. He is a clown. He's a pedophile on the inside, but he's a fucking clown. Go say, all my homies are weird. Yep. I'd rather be weird than hanging out with the horse drinker and all that stuff. Fitzy, they dye the river red. I saw the Babylon Bee said that. Well, the Babylon Bee is satire. I did see images that the river was dyed red, but I didn't see anything legitimate saying that. I did see those images flying around, but I didn't see video of a red river. I didn't see news reporting on a red river or anything like that. So it might just be satire going around. I don't want to call it propaganda, because I also haven't heard anybody insisting that it was real. I've just seen the images. So I think it's satire, but I'm not 100% on that. Zeus Boo, Camila was too drunk and smug to even acknowledge her sheep. Yeah, Zeus Boo, you're right. She don't even care. She thinks she's got it in the bag. Biking Cat, what kind of pills? It's hard to say. Not speed. Obviously, she's not on speed. She doesn't ramble, really. I mean, she cackles and goes on, but she doesn't really ramble. You know, when you're on speed, you get people who are like, you know what I mean? 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 and they're like doing that. You know, people who are on Adderall and shit. I'm thinking opiates. That's what I think. I think she's probably on opiates, but I don't really know. Biking Cat, I saw X clips on Hyena Harris drunk. She does look drunk. I wonder if those are altered videos. No, Biking Cat, I don't know. I mean, obviously there's a lot of people insisting that she's drunk, but when I look at the body language, a lot of the stuff is not telling me she's drunk. But like Ghostly was saying, if you're on pills and you have a drink or two, that you'll become drunk, kind of. You'll have this drunk influence inside your body. But I also think that it doesn't provide the same symptoms of being drunk. Like an alcoholic, a real alcoholic, slurs their words, pisses their pants, they're clumsy, they're slouching, they're making bad decisions, and they're not presentable in any kind of way. She starts to become that way, but you don't see her falling down. You don't really see her slurring her words. You don't see it in her face. She's not red-faced. She's not really making drunk faces. And that's what makes me think it's pills. But it very well could be like Ghostly was saying. You know, it's pills with some alcohol influence. You know, you're not supposed to drink alcohol while you're on pills. So it very well could be that. Something's going on. I know she ain't sober. We can rule that out. She's not sober behaving that way, you know. Happy Freedom, Donald. Appreciate you being here. Hartnell. The mental illness pills numb and confuse a lot of people. Yeah. And it's rough because while they're experiencing it, they don't realize it. Like while they're being changed by mood stabilizers and stuff, these young people who are self-diagnosing, they can't feel the changes. And there's nobody in their life to even tell them. People are so worried about being politically correct and being fake to each other that you could have a tick on your eyebrow just sucking the life out of you, giving you Lyme disease, and talk to 100 people that day and not one person will tell you got a tick on your face. They would just rather not. They'd rather not. And I'm the opposite. I push people away because I'm so honest. People talk and I correct them. They do something stupid. I tell them they're doing something stupid. Now, they may never talk to me again, but at least what I was telling them was for their own good. And if they took my advice, they'd be better off. And if they don't want to and they want to walk away, that's fine too. Because I'm not trying to do anything to anyone other than help them be better them. You know, a better them that they could be, right? Not a they, them, but the best person they could be. And I want people to do that to me too. And I appreciate people when they do, right? When I say a name wrong and people correct me in the chat, I don't shit all over everybody. Thank you for correcting me. I don't want to go the next how many ever years saying that person's name incorrectly. Like, what is his name? I'm trying to think of it. Dabocles. Dabocles has been around for years. And I've said their name wrong forever until like earlier this year. They were like, by the way, my name is not Dabocles, it's Dabocles. And I was like, oh, well, I'm just a tard then, because I've been saying your name wrong for years while you support me and everything else. So like I'm saying, we all need to be correcting each other, but then celebrating each other at the same time. That's what community is, and we need to get back to that. Anyways, that's enough of me rambling on. We're gonna get into our feel-good video of the day. It's titled Trump's Story on Why He Doesn't Drink and His Message to Americans. All right, let's get this rolling. And one last time, don't forget, hit that like button over on Rumble.
Learned myself. I had a brother, Fred. Great guy. Best looking guy. Best personality. Much better than mine. But he had a problem. He had a problem with alcohol. And he would tell me, don't drink. Don't drink. He was substantially older, and I listened to him and I respected, but he would constantly tell me, don't drink. He'd also add, don't smoke. But he would say it over and over and over again. And to this day, I've never had a drink. And I have no longing for it. I have no interest in it. To this day, I've never had a cigarette. Don't worry, those are only two of my good things. I don't want to tell you about the bad things. There's plenty of bad things too. But he really helped me. I had somebody that guided me. And he had a very, very, very tough life because of alcohol. Believe me, very, very tough life. He was a strong guy, but it was a tough thing that he was going through. But I learned because of Fred. I learned. And that's what I think is so important. This was an idea that I had where if we can teach young people not to take drugs, just not to take them. When I see friends of mine that are having difficulty with not having that drink at dinner, where it's literally almost impossible for them to stop, I say to myself, I can't even understand it. Why would that be difficult? But we understand why it is difficult. The fact is, if we can teach young people and people generally not to start, it's really, really easy not to take them. And I think that's going to end up being our most important.
All right, President Trump there giving good advice. Giving some good advice. So we're going to hop right into our funny video of the day, and it's short, but it's funny. It's titled, Boys Will Be Boys. You hooligans will love this. This, once again, is titled, Boys Will Be Boys. Those boobs, they'll get you every time. That day, Timmy found out he wasn't gay. Anyways, that is all the coffee I have for you hooligans today. I'm going to post this Linktree link in all the chats. We got the Pledge of Allegiance coming up pretty soon. We're going to read through the chat really quick here. Those boobies, they'll get you. They'll get you. Well, here's the Linktree link where all of my links are listed. So if you guys would like to make donations, join membership programs, or purchase any merch, really appreciate it. All of your guys' contributions keep us running every day except for Sunday, because we've got to have a day to recharge those batteries. Definitely go join Discord. Discord is our free hooligan community. It's the best way to be notified every time we go live. The hooligans are there keeping the conversation going 24/7, and we have a news board to keep you up to date with everything going on around the world. So definitely go join Discord. If you're feeling real saucy, go join jeffmaclive.com. Over on the website, it is the best way to experience the live. You can watch the live with our built-in chat while posting memes and GIFs and links and custom emojis and all kinds of stuff. Like I said, it is the best way to watch the live. Over on the website, we also have Hooligans Alley, which is our own private social media area. It's kind of like Facebook or Twitter, but there's no community guidelines, there's no crying liberals, there's no dumb shit like that. It's just the way social media is supposed to be. We have forums, which is very much like Reddit. It's to encourage open discussion and things like that. And then we have our advanced messaging system with the ability to text each other, call each other, video call each other, group texting, group calling, group video calling. And we even got an arcade over there. We got all kinds of stuff over on the website, and I will continue to build on it and roll out this update we're in the middle of and create new features and things like that. So definitely go get you a membership for jeffmaclive.com. It's the home of the hooligans. We're going to read through the chat really quick and see what you hooligans thought about today's coffee. And then we're doing the Pledge of Allegiance and we'll be wrapping this up. But we'll be live again tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, for the very next Coffee with Hooligans. Well, I hope you have a nice dinner, Mandela. Heck yeah. Here, Juicer, that's why my friend group is small. Privately and at work, we're very accepting but have zero tolerance for bullshit. We're very diverse, especially religiously, sexually, and ethnicity. Yeah, I heard you, sir. We talk shit to each other daily. That's how it was when I worked in the factory. We came in all shapes and sizes and colors, and we talked shit about it every day, and nobody ever went home with hurt feelings. We all just laughed about it. You know, they'd be like, hey, what do you got for dinner? Kale? I'm like, what? Why? Because I'm white? They're like, yeah. I'm like, no, I didn't bring no fucking kale. Like, come on. But then I'd be sitting there like, this fried chicken's good, isn't it? Looking at my coworkers. They're like, fuck you, Jeff. Should have brought your kale today. And that's how we did it. That's how we did it. It's funny that, you know, life should be funny. It should be funny. People cry too damn much. I ain't got enough tissues in the world. Russell dude just ran into the wall. Probably didn't even feel it. You know, I probably didn't even feel it. Guess you crack me up. If she's ugly and fat, I roofie myself. Well, you know, everybody's always worried you're going to pull out the bag. Nope. Permanent beer goggles is better. Really, Snooks? That's awesome. It still says 30 on my screen. 100 likes and one thumb down. You guys are badasses over on Rumble. I appreciate all of you guys. 100 likes. You guys are the best. Oh man, I'm really sorry to hear that, Pumpkin. That's terrible. Ghostly, everyone on my mom's side drinks themselves to death. Let me see. They come from a small mountain town in Pennsylvania. Yeah, Ghostly, those small towns, they'll do it. That's how it is where I live. Everybody here is alcoholics and drug addicts and stuff. Not the kind you see in San Francisco laying in the streets and shit. People can't do that here in Michigan. You'll die in the wintertime. But there's nothing to do here. Where I live, there's just nothing to do. And there's liquor stores right next to bars. And there's bars everywhere. Every city near me or village, there's more villages than anything, they're all full of bars. There's a place that's like an hour from me called Crystal Valley. And the only thing they have there is a place called Crystal Valley Tavern. That's the only business in the area, is a tavern where they all get drunk and then get in car accidents. And it's a mess. It's a mess. And so, I don't know. I stay away from all that shit. But that's how it happens, though. And people, they don't know how to live without it. You know, once they learn to live with it, they have a hard time living without it. Free Thinker Texan, my mom showed me not to drink. She was in and out of rehab, and it's killed me. Yeah, Free Thinking Texan. It's rough stuff. And that's the other thing people don't realize is their own drug abuse and alcoholism. It affects more than just them. The problem is they're numb. They're already numbing themselves from their own life. They don't care that it's affecting other people in a lot of those situations. And that makes it so much worse. Sad. It's sad stuff. We're so advanced here in America. We got touch screens, but then we just are abusing ourselves with substances. So stupid. I can't believe how smart and stupid we are at the same time. It's unbelievable. But that's why we got to celebrate each other. That way you got friends that are doing dumb shit, encourage them to not do dumb shit. My friends hate when I come around because I'm always trying to be their dad. I'm always trying to give them advice and tell them to cut out the dumb shit and stuff. And they hate hearing that. But then they take my advice and then we get to continue being friends because they remain being good people. They decide against those bad decisions because I tell them, I'm like, okay, but when you're dead and I got to be at your funeral because I'm ordained. I can marry, bury, and baptize. So when I'm at your funeral talking shit, you ain't going to be able to say anything back. And they're like, well, yeah, I guess. All right, I ain't going to do it, I guess. You're right, blah, blah. Fuck you, always telling me shit. I'm like, I know. I suck. But don't make those bad choices, though, because I'll be talking that shit and we're going to laugh at you. And nobody wants that. Thank you so much, Sin, for the bits over on Twitch. You're awesome. Thank you so much for the support. Heck yeah. Reading through and we got the Pledge of Allegiance coming up. Cheeky Chops. Appreciate you being with us. What's up, Swollen? Happy Freedom. Yeah, how long have we been live? I'm going on 4 hours. We're just having ourselves a day today, ain't we? That's all right. That's all right. It's that time again, hooligans. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Did the thing. We're not muted. Let's get these beats going. All right, hooligans. Like I said, that's all the coffee I had for you guys today. We will be live again tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time for the very next Coffee with Hooligans. And I think we have J.D. Vance and President Trump at a rally tomorrow on top of Coffee with Hooligans. Now, I'm not sure what time everything's going to be going. We're kind of winging stuff all week this week because there's going to be a lot of Trump stuff going on. But you can expect that tomorrow. Snooks, my ass is numb and I need it rubbed. I'm feeling the same way, Snooks. I'm getting there. Love you too here, Juicer. Thank you for being here, Breeze by You. I appreciate you. Guess oh my God, do my funeral and talk shit. I'm good for it, guess I'm good for it. Everybody's gonna be laughing and crying at the same time. I'm gonna get hate emails afterwards. It'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. God knows I'm joking. I'm waiting for people to get bent out of shape. God knows that I'm just joking. Thank you, Breeze by You. Couldn't have those likes over there if it wasn't for all of you hooligans. Guess that's how it should be. Make fun of racism. We always have. Yeah, guess people being mad about racism is stupid. I mean, unless somebody's committing an act of violence against you over racism, which is obviously a bad thing. Words are words. What happened to sticks and stones? You know, now we got fucking pronouns. We ended up in the wrong direction here. Sticks and stones. We need to get back to that. Mandela was baptized again as an adult. Well, I don't want to tell people what to do, but it actually doesn't make sense to baptize babies. I know a lot of people do that, but children are already considered innocent, and so there's no need to baptize babies, and a lot of people do that. So actually baptizing only matters if you do it as an adult. It also only matters if you submerge yourself in water. Sprinkle, sprinkle on the forehead doesn't actually do shit. Jesus was laid down in a body of water because it is being laid to rest. You are laying to rest the old you, and you are coming back born again, brand new. That's the whole deal with being baptized. And there's a lot of mess, a lot of propaganda around that stuff. But if you read the Bible, it's what the Bible says, and that's where all the word comes from. So that's the deal. So you being baptized as an adult is a real baptism, Mandela. So don't ever feel like you got to be like as an adult, you know, like have stigma with it. Fuck that nonsense. That's what a real baptism is. Jesus Christ was baptized as an adult. So, you know, people, religion, don't let religion get in the way. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. Thank you, MU. Appreciate you being here with us. For the Texan, we're born with Adam's sin in us, but a child has not sinned yet. You're considered innocent. They've actually tried to dial it down to the age. They're like, about 8 years old, you're no longer innocent. I believe because everything comes through your heart. God speaks to your heart. Your intentions come from your heart, speaking from the heart, right? So I think, in my own belief, I think when children start consciously making bad choices is when they're no longer just eligible for pure innocence right off. It's because until that point, they're just like an animal. They're just running off instincts and natural thoughts and things like that. But when they're old enough to lie, cheat, steal, and they start exhibiting that behavior, that's when they're no longer on the list, and maybe they need a little forgiveness. You know, but it ain't for me to decide. It's not for me to decide, and I'm not putting anybody down or telling anyone they're wrong. I'm just talking about my own beliefs, and there's nothing wrong with that. So anyways, Ghostly, you're omnipresent. You're so awesome. All right, it's looking like we're good to go. All right, hooligans, we did the thing. 104 likes. We're kicking ass on Rumble. I appreciate you guys. Like I said, we will be live again tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time for the very next Coffee with Hooligans. And we have JD Vance and President Trump at a rally tomorrow. I'm not sure where it's going to be yet. I want to say it's North Carolina. I might be wrong though. But we do got JD Vance and President Trump tomorrow, so look forward to that. Huge shout out to everyone that made donations, joined the membership programs, or purchased any merch. Really appreciate all of you hooligans. And I wouldn't be able to do any of this if it wasn't for you guys. So thank you so much for all your support, and I'll see you on the next live. Until then, stand tall, shine bright, and that's a wrap.
Jeff